Oh, hello. Hi, Nerdsol. Actually being able to claim first now? No way. Alright, so the advent of code is over. The advent of code is over. And the language, the cast is kind of usable, I guess, because we solved all of the advent of code with it. So what do we do now? What do we do now? Now we continue working on the language. We are going to fix some bugs, make a game. Not yet, not yet. I'm gonna be improving the language a little bit, I guess. I want to fix a couple bugs first. I want to fix a couple bugs first. Maybe we should make use of the issue tracker. Finally, actually, you know. The main branch is not protected. Is Nigel here yet? Nigel was making some pull requests, adding the ability to execute commands. From cast and getting environment variables and printing to the std_err instead of std_out. Introducing some comments into my code. Gross. I would do that. Why would we have comments in the code? That makes no sense. All right. Against contribution policy. Yeah. Hold on. So we have this list from the previous days of the advent of code that I had, right? Let's see what we have in the issues right now. Quantifiers and AST, ability to force tokens, that's okay. AST pattern matching, generate, persist line trailing comments. Yeah, sure. Okay. Tuple unpacking, I actually did finish that off stream, so we have the way to unpack the tuples now. Let's see. Let me open my cast here. This is the run. Hello, Veldek. This is the run. Yes. Yeah, so we have the ability to do the tuple unpacking now. Let me show you. Wait. We don't. Oh wait. No. This is the incorrect branch. I have this bug. Yeah. So right now, I'm on the branch once versus await bug because there is a bug here. Because there is a bug. Maybe we start looking into that. But let me put this thing from the to-do list into the issue tracker. Constants in pattern matching. We want to be just literals for now, I guess. Right? So we can match strings and ends and stuff, right? Sure. Let's see labels. Enhancement. Create. Okay. Arrays. Enhancement. We need them. Transpiling to JS. Okay, these are the things that I will want to work on at some point. It was the most major bug. Yes, so the bugs. There are a couple bugs that I know about that Nigel was talking about, but he didn't create the issues. Formatter should not format if there are parsing errors. So right now when you're working in the editor and like I have the format on save enabled, right? So whenever I save, sometimes the formatter deletes the code. Well, actually, like, formatter should not delete the code, right? But I feel like formatting with parsing errors also makes no sense, right? So I feel like that's the bug that I want to fix. Another bug is that names of types are not correct. Right? Git checkout main. Can we still let it delete code if it's really bad? Yeah. Maybe we should. But what did I want to do? Name types are not correct, right? So if I open like hello thing here, if I say something like this, module, no, if I say const foo is module, and then we say dbg print foo dot type, and then we say over here const type is type, you know, x int 32 or whatever, right? Something like this. Trying to compile error node. I don't need the equality there. Yeah. So if I try to run this thing, right? Cast hello, cast examples hello. So it is type hello dot ty, right? If in file example ks, if file example contains this, no, that. It prints type hello Thai, but should print hello.foo.thai, I guess, right? Okay, that's another thing. Then the other thing is this other branch that I created the other day. How do we link to the branch? New issue. Await inferred versus once inferred. This should be interchangeable, but it seems like they are not. Can replicate using branch. Once versus await bug. That's a bug. Okay, and out of these bugs, types of name are not correct. That's also a bug, I guess, right? Okay, so the let's start with the formatter. I feel like this one is really easy. Fixing bugs. Formatter should not format if there are parsing errors. Okay. So what's the example of code that is formatted while it should not? Let's try something like this. This is formatting, but this is syntactically correct code. What if I do like that? What if I do like this? Then it says formatting request failed. Why? Oh, wait, hold on. Code negative? Wait, what? Cannot format... Oh, wait. Cannot format code with errors. Wait. Do I already have that? Cannot format code with errors. I mean, technically, let's see what's happening. Cast FMT examples, hello, right? Something like this. So it's going to say that the error, yeah, there's like a parse error, unexpected semicolon here, right? Because we're supposed to like subtract something from this. We want to those stop on error to be false, right? Which means that in this case, we just have the unexpected one, right? If I try to not format, but I try to parse this, right? It actually parses. We have the error nodes here, right? We have error nodes. But then what if we have after the semicolon something like minus minus, right? There you go. There you go. Now this deletes code, right? Why does it delete code? Let's take a look. So if I try to parse this, it just parses it. It doesn't see the fact that that there is something here, right? Let's try that. This just deletes all the code, right? let's literally just have minus minus. This is the only thing that we have in the code, right? If I try to format, it just says that it skipped the so like because this thing is unexpected, we are basically skipping it, right? So we have the parse error, so we skipped it, but then we forget about, like, we literally forget the fact that it exists, right? If I say hello here, it actually is weird. Expected end of file, but got hello. Like skipping. Like, shouldn't hello still be here technically? But yeah, I guess like we should just never do this if there was a parse error, right? Expected in the file got hello. Identifier. Let's see. Expected. So this is Elixir, right? Or is it not Elixir? No, this is a parser error. Going to look for expected string in the parser. Can I view S3? There you go. Parser. This no, it's not CLI, not test. Not rule. Unexpected. Expected syntax. Expected semicolon to finish syntax. Unexpected. Expected any. Expected value name. Where is this even coming from? Expected %A. Right? This says unexpected, which is different. So it's Lexer. Because Lexer expected the file. Okay, so like technically this is a Lexer error still. Okay. Okay, so why is it expected? Because this is in the parser expect. So we have parser expect and the file. Yep. So can I read your Linkstar code where you connect to Steamworks API? I don't connect to Steamworks API. The only Steam feature that we have is the Steam Cloud, but it does not need the usage of API. There is a simpler way to do that by just placing a file in the correct place. But you can take a look at how I do the automatic uploads to Steam. You're my favorite streamer building a programming language called Cast. Yeah. Out of all the streamers that make programming language called Cast, you decide to choose me. That's very nice of you. You need it for user authentication. Yeah, maybe you write that code and then I look at your code, because we will need it for sharing levels once we have that, right? But I don't have that. Isn't there a crate in Rust for that, or no? Crates.io, crates.io, Steam. Works. Provides the Rust-friendly bindings to the Steamworks SDK. Maybe that's what you need? Linksider release date. We'll think about it later. We are working on Cast for now. Okay, expect end of file. So why am I expecting end of file? I'm expecting the file because parse with Lexer. So I parsed the thing, and then I expect the end of file. Yes, that makes sense. That makes sense. So it means that parse value was skipping the thing. Skipping. Unexpected thing is try skipping token because error. Improve this logic to do. I feel like, you know what? I feel like we're fine. Improving the errors here could be like nice and stuff, but we just need to make sure that the code is not being deleted, I guess, right? So For that, I just need the so for that, the formatter. So the formatter in the LSP is basically doing the same as this, stop on error false. So it's like continuing to work even we have errors, right? So it's just like the LSP. We need to have like processing here somewhere. I am doing the parsing, right? I'm doing parsing. And if we have the parser error, then I add the diagnostics. But in addition to adding the diagnostics, so yeah, over here we are doing like error resilience, right? We're actually continuing, right? But but I need to say that there was a parser error, I guess, because we're still going to try to compile the program which has the parsing errors, right? Yes, but we don't want it to be formatted, right? So parsed is option, but then parse error, parse error, parse parse errors, parse success, parsed without errors is a boolean. How about that, right? Parsed without errors is parsed without errors. Hello, Pigorli. Hello, Pigorli. Let parsed without errors be ref true. But over here, if I had the parser error, right, then we say parsed without errors is false. There you go. If a file was included, hold on, we have compiler effect that file was included or file was imported. If a file was included or imported, were there some errors?
Hello, Nigel Ithro.
Twitch notifications are so bad. I'm copying my notification on Discord too. But hello, and hello, Msoft. For the file that is included, I am creating an effect here. You can merge it? Okay, I'll just merge it. I was thinking if you were going to add any other things. Oh, you just added another thing, a sysexit. Huh? Status code. TT, so that it returns never, basically. Sure. GG. Merging without status checks? It's fine. It's totally fine. It's totally fine. Cast. Well, I mean, now I need to fix these errors first, right? So, when I do file included, I'm performing this effect here. Parsed, right? But what if there was a parse error? Well, I mean, okay, I guess then what this means. Hold on. Maybe file state should not contain parsed without errors as a boolean here. We're adding diagnostic, right? Add diagnostic. This adds it to the global diagnostics, right? So I have the errors stored separately then. Yeah. Yeah, let's storage not inside of the file state, but inside of diagnostics. Like similarly to diagnostics, we're just going to say actually wait, hold on. If a file was included, I mean, yeah, it is like really similar to diagnostics. I just want to like basically keep my diagnostics filtered over whether it is a parsing error or a compiler error or something else, right? People can now RF with cast, by the way. Yes. Wait, how does this work, by the way? Cast. Um. We just undo this thing, right? Hold on. So we do std sys exec echo high, right? Like this. Does it so like you cannot like give it the arguments though properly, right? This is literally the shell. That's how it works in OCaml. Is it Unix exec? It's sys. Sys exec. It's so called syscommand. Okay, command. Execute the given shell command and returns its exit code. It's generally the name of a command followed by 0, 1, or several arguments secured by wait space. The given argument is determined by a shell, either the Windows shell cmd.exe or the POSIX shell sh for other ports. So you don't execute the commands directly even in OCaml? Is there a way in OCaml to execute the command directly without going through shell? OCaml does it that way? Does OCaml like literally not give you the way though to do that? Or like is that or like maybe like in Unix then at this point? Just a different function in Unix, and then but then that would not work on Windows. I mean, but we already use like Unix, so I think we don't support Windows right now. Anyway, but that's weird. OCaml is weird. One more thing to complain about. All right, nice. Anyway, I'm trying to make it so that the things that you were talking about formatter should not format if there are parsing errors, and the type names should be fixed. I'm going to work on that first. So yeah, I'm just going to like it's very similar to diagnostics, but do I want over here to have the diagnostic types? Or do I just say that, or do I just say mutable parse errors, like parse errors, you know? I'm just going to have the URI set. Can I say over here module URI set is set make URI, and then we will have just URI set. So this is the files that were errored, basically. initialized. Parse errors is Yuri set empty. So I need to like, similarly to diagnostics, when I'm processing a file, for example, we're just going to say that global parse errors is global parse errors Yuri set remove the Yuri, right? When we add diagnostic, we don't do that. We do that, sure. When I see the parser error, I'm going to say that global parse errors, global parse errors, Yuri set add source Yuri. Hello, which language? Mist D1. Hello, hello. The language is called cast. How did you become a hacker? Who? Me? Am I a hacker? What's the definition of a hacker? Security hacker, not to be confused with hacker. Is a person skilled? So it's just someone who has skill. You get skilled by practicing, I guess. That's how you do it. Over here, I'm adding this diagnostics. Well, let's see now. File started processing is another thing. Where we have that global parse errors, global parse errors, Beauty set remove. Beauty. Okay. And then just that, right? So that's all then. And then when we basically are going to say that LSP format, right? LSP formatting. When I try to run the formatting over the processing file state, I also want to have the global state here, right? So global also needs to be present. Global is going to be processing global state, right? And then we have the file state. So yeah, I'm just going to say immediately that if global global parse errors Yuri set contains Yuri. File state has the Yuri, right? Yes, contains Yuri. Then we just return none. Otherwise, we actually try to do this. Yuri set. Yuri set. Processing. Yuri set. Sure. Hacker will not activate Linux. Hacker would not activate Linux. Hacker would have removed the activate Linux thing on the screen a long time ago. Okay, cast LSP for processing run state, method format state. Well, that's no longer the file state here, right? We need the actual... We need actual global state now, and no longer just the file state. I mean, I would like to store it in the file state, but... yeah, okay, how do I have the global state here? processing dot file state. Oh, I just process a single file here. Global. What is global here? Global is processing init. Okay, I do have the access to global here. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I guess a little bit hacky. Right, so I just give it global directly. Okay, and cast the CLI LSP. We just do cast LSP formatting run. Where's my global state here though? It's just state. I just say get state. Run get state. Cell get state. Okay. Guess that is going to work now. Right, so let's see. Right now, this is my old version of LSP. If I try to save file here, if I try to format, right, then it deletes the code. And then if I restart language server, and then I try to format the document, then it does not document. That it does not format. Should it like actually error saying that it refuses? Because like you think it's formatting, but it's actually not. Maybe, I don't know. I feel like this is good, right? And then if we have something like that actually should be formatted, right? Like AB, then it actually is formatting. Okay, let use std io prelude star, right? Nice. Yes, there you go. That is fixed, I guess. Fix 24. All right, next, the names of types are not correct. Let's try that. Let's get this code. So this prints hello.type, but it should print hello full type. So how do I do that? It's just current name parts, right? I have these things. This is a constant here. So I think it's the const. We have a const let. We have a const let. We have the value expression, which is expression. And value expression is being evaluated in the interpreter state with this. Which seems correct on one hand. On the other hand, so I'm evaluating this body with the proper name. So I'm thinking that if I do a let here, then it's wait, I mean, in this case, it's saying let hello.foo instead of hello type, right? So, which is another thing, right? I can also say let foo be this, and this is just going to say hello then in this case, right? Okay, yeah. So I feel like this should work for the lets too. Right, but let's fix the consts first. So the problem with the const is that since this is a const, this over here is being evaluated. This over here before is being evaluated while this is being compiled, and this is being compiled before I set the name of what this should be. So over here, I'm already having the value expression which contains the constant with the incorrect name. So when I'm saying const let here,
Hello Dev 9 inch nails ya.
You have 9-inch nails. Welcome. How are you doing? So constlet is being done here. So this is where I'm compiling expression, right? And over here, we say used expression and used expression. Span, yeah. Used expression is this, used expression. Tired since I didn't get enough sleep for 4 days, but otherwise good. Thanks for asking. What about you? Fart? Remember the good old times where the fart command worked? Maybe like once we can transpile cast to JavaScript, we can do like the new overlay from scratch and we can start with the fart command, special for Pygorly. um Use expression is this claim initialize expression. Use expression. Constlet span use expression. I'm not even sure if this should be a constlet. This is use. Pattern. Wait, what is this code? Hold on. We have a use expression, which is the thing that we use. We just compile it, sure. Use expression. We convert it to the actual expression by claiming the place, which, by the way, feels weird. I guess this works good enough for now. Maybe I don't care about this at all. Let's just see the other constlets over here, right? I just need to compile this expression while having the thing already like there, you know. Let's have maybe like this thing. Maybe enter name. Maybe enter name. Beep mic. Beep beep beep. Maybe enter name is going to be what, like module C compiler S into well, this is me changing the compiler state altogether, actually. Is there anything else? Hold on, there's if I do const let, we have a compiler. What software do you use? Operating system is Linux, NixOS. Editor is VS Code mostly. Language, programming languages of Camel. Window manager is Hyperland. Hello? What happens if I enter here with the compiler being already the other thing? We also do compiler inject pattern bindings here. I see that is not going to work, and then we evaluate this. We have the value in the actual interpreter used at compile time. That's so smooth the gameplay. The cute. Yeah, that thing is written in Rust with a custom game engine. The game. Why no links hire command? You can do a pull request for the command into the bot. I guess if you want. I don't know. I don't know. I don't work on the bot. You think I worked on the bot? No. Does Rust offer 3D graphics? Rust is a programming language. It offers you ways to access APIs that allow you to do 3D graphics. Just like any other programming language. You can do 3D anywhere, but my game is 2D, right? It's like Python or C++. Rust? Rust is more like C++ than Python, I guess. Oh, we have Epigorly command though. You missed the old days? There you go. Could you make a Roblox clone using it? Yes, sure. I could. But would I? Why would I do that, though? You can create a Roblox clone with anything you want. Yes. Be better than Roblox? Yeah, but then it's not a clone of Roblox anymore, right? And it's not a clone. It's a different thing then, right? Make Davey mad? Davey would be mad. Is Davey the creator of Roblox? Davey, Roblox? Who's Davey? Pirate Davey? I don't know who Davey is. A pirate? Davey is one of the millions. Right. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not deep into the Roblox lore. David in the CEO. Look up Roblox CEO. Okay. Fine, whatever. Yeah, I'm not gonna do that. There's other things that we could do instead. You know. He allows bad actors on his platform and bans innocent players. Well, that's something that using a different language will not be fixing, though, right? Yeah, that's not something that depends on the programming language that you use. Constellat. So like the problem here is that I'm actually like mutating the compiler state, right? But I should while compiling that expression. While compiling this thing, I should enter the other state, right? let const over here. So compile expression using state, which is expression like state with like state like I don't know, inner state, new state, whatever. New state is match pattern with pattern shape. It's going to be similar to this thing. Not interpreter state, we're just going to say new state is either C state or C. So this is the interpreter, right? But then we say C state with interpreter being this thing. Okay. Seems like we're duplicating that stuff, but does this actually fix it? And then name part split at is not equal to split. It is not equal to split at collection strip. Okay, no, but this makes sense. This makes sense. This leads to another issue. So right now over here, I'm returning a tuple with two things, right? But this tuple type is declared here, and then the split is the function that is declared over here. So we have this problem where this gets the name being equal to split. So like this is the type that is called split right now, and this is like a different type with the same structure, which is called split at, and they are not equal. So that's another bug. We should still have anonymous tuples. So like I removed them, but we should still have them, is the thing, right? So here's the problem then, right? How do we determine whether the type should be a new type or the original type, right? Like over here, this data is its own type, right? But this over here is not. This is just a type alias. So how do we know if something is a type alias or a new type? I think what we need to do is actually to create the new type here, maybe. Make this a new type, because otherwise it's an alias. So if we just say type, that this is an alias to like anonymous struct with these fields, but a new type actually creates the new one. You constantly beep right now when you talk? I bet. I'll try to beep less. Boom, 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 boom. Do you know where it's coming from? No, I don't. How do I figure out where it's coming from? Are you saying that it still is going? Is it not stopping? Yeah? Well. Yeah? Well. Yeah? Well. Yeah? Well. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Oh, and you only hear it when I'm talking. Oh, and you only hear it when I'm talking. Alright, maybe it's time to... 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 1, 2, 3. Did it fix it now? 1, 2, 3. Did it fix it now? 1, 2, 3. Did it fix it? So you literally just turn it off and then turn it on again. I mean, you unplug and then plug it back in. Okay, that's the fix. Okay. Is it because so the problem is what? Just the fact that the microphone was connected to the PC for too long? Really? Why would that be the fix? Like there is like why would that fix anything? That makes no sense to me, but okay. Let me know if it starts beeping again. We just unplug and plug it back in, I guess. That's a fix. Maybe like the cable contains like static electricity or whatever. I don't know how electricity works. I'm not an electrician or whatever is required to understand what's happening here. But yeah, anyway, so I think what we need to do is to have the new type versus type, you know? So new type creates a new type, and the type, this is just a type expression, which creates an alias to an existing type, right? How about that? So this is a new type and this is a new type, right? Can I say like equal type? Um, if they could want a programmer, what would be their profession? I don't know. I don't know. So this one would be a new type. List, this would be a new type. Q, this would be a new type. These would be new types. From string and to string. Okay. Syntax rules. Type. So like similar to type now. Wait, why is the type associative? Type should not be associative at all, right? That's weird. We have type and we have a new type. New type. New type is just going to be new type. There we go. Now I have 1,000 errors. Unwind unit is unwind token type unit. Expected function. What do you mean expected function? That makes no sense to me. Past examples, hello. Type shape. Type is not unit. Into this. Where? What's the problem? This is standard library. This is literally like the first thing. Oh wait, this is while evaluating. I see. So they want this to be a type. Why did they want this to be a type? That makes no sense. So I didn't get complained about the fact that new type is the syntax that's not. Yeah, because this is literally the first thing that's happening. Okay. Oh, it's because it was right associative. Oh, it's because it was right associative and now it's not. I see. I see what's happening here. So I actually... Do I need this to be right associative though? I don't think so. The problem is that it has the same priority as the actual like brackets, but it shouldn't. Brackets should always have the highest priority out of everything, right? So like these things should instead be like like over here should be like 500 or whatever. CFG if I don't know 500. I don't know. Does that still work? Okay, so now there is no core syntax new type. Okay, there we go. Bit mix, and it comes and goes. All right. Well, I don't know how to fix it then. I just need maybe I just need a new microphone is what this means, right? Two, three, hold on. Let's see how bad is the other microphone. Maybe if I do that, can I select it now? 1, 2, 3. Do you hear? Is this good sound? Stop flexing. Stop flexing what? Hello, Jankly. HTV. Oh dear, Jesus no. Is this really bad? Totally okay. Sounds nice. 2007 mic. This is from the webcam, and totally okay. Sounds nice. 2007 mic. This is from the webcam, and totally okay. Sounds. Let's try the other one. Let's try the microphone from the headphones. I think it will be really bad too. Not hear anything. Not hear anything. Not hear anything. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Oh, yeah. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Oh, yeah. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Oh, yeah. Hello? 1, 2, 3. Oh, yeah. Hello? Better? Hello? Better? Hello? Maybe I should remove the maybe I should remove the what if I remove over here the compressor and noise filters? What if I remove over here the compressor and noise filters? What if I remove over here the compressor and noise This sounds better than the webcam, right? You want me to keep this one? I guess I don't really need to. Yeah, that's the microphone. So like I can hear stuff on the thing still. Alright. Okay, is this good or do I need to bring it closer now? It's like on the side right now. Maybe I put it on the thing. Like in front of me. Is this good? Alright, let me know if I should go back to the previous microphone. And also, do you hear the mouse clicks? And like me typing? Because I don't have any more the things, the filters. Also, this is wireless, so I should make sure that it doesn't run out of power. It's pretty quiet. Hold on. I can keep the compressor and limiter, I guess. That is fine. Can I add gain then? Over here. 2 2 2 2 2 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3. I feel like there's a lot of noise, like according to the thing. Hold on. If I do this though. Hello? Hello? Hi. 3. Hi. 3. Hi. 3. Hi. 3. Remove the noise gate maybe? Is this better? Remove the noise gate maybe? Is this better? Remove the noise gate maybe? Maybe turn the gain down after all. Maybe turn the gain down after all. Like this. This sounds good maybe. Like this. This sounds good maybe. All right. This sounds good maybe. We'll try this as a test, but this is, I don't know. I should just get a new microphone, I suppose, right? Maybe that's the problem. Let me know if this one starts beeping for some reason, though. Okay. New type. We need to go to core syntax, type. So there's type expression. This thing, type expression, similar to type expression. We're going to say new type. This is new type. And this is still going to be a type expression, right? Type expression, expression, type expression, expression, compile type expression, expression. But it should be a new type, right? So it, yeah, we compile this as a type expression, but then we say e type expression new type. Into initialize type expression span state like this. So now we just need to introduce the new kind of a type expression, which is going to be a new type of type expression. That's how we print it, and then So in the interpreter now, this is the thing, right? When you have expression, type expression, when you have a type expression new type e, then we say that type is eval. This is interpreter, right? Eval the result. Yeah, we just say eval type state type in type like this. So yeah, the thing is, when we are constructing the new variant type or a new tuple type, we are going to start by name being not the current optional name, but being the being actually none, right? Name optional name dot new inferred span none, right? Like this. But when we have a new type, this is where we need to assign the new name. So name is current. Why is the autocompletion so bad here? Current optional name. Like this thing exists in scope, that the autocompletion doesn't let me autocomplete here. Current optional name. Type expression variant. Wait. Did I not remove it here? Oh, because that's a union and this is this. Yeah. That's also none. I feel like current optional name is the thing that should not even exist, and we should just have current name. So we evaluate the state and then we assign the name to it, right? That's literally all. But the question is, what is this type, right? The question is, what is this type? Because we like, how do I create a new type of an integer? I mean, should that be possible? Probably, right? But how would I convert the thing is the question. We can create a new type of a type, which is a new type. But over here, we are just going to create like for variants and tuples. We are going to create the thing with the same structure, but the new type is the idea. So we're going to like match type. Type await inferred with if it is a type tuple. If it's a type tuple, then we are going to return a tuple with the tuple, right? And if it is a type variant with variants, then we're going to return variants. And otherwise, we're just going to have an error. Span can't new type can only new type variant or tuple types. Sure, and in this case I'm going to just say t error, right? So this is going to be new type is this, right? So over here we had the name, the previous name. We're just going to discard the previous name. We're going to discard the previous name on these things, and here we say that name is optional name new inferred span some name, right? Like this. This is literally the name. Event tuple, right? Let name be this. Some current namespace. There we go. Tuple, unbound constructor to tuple, because this is a type shape, and this also has a name. Okay, and then this new type is the type that I'm actually returning here, right? Well, I mean, what we return is type inferred span new type. There we go. Do I need to fork here? I mean, technically, I feel like I don't need to fork here. By the way, this is not even a type expression new type. This can be an expression new type, right? This can actually be an expression new type, yeah. So they can use it in expression position. Yes. This should be expression, not type expression. Let's go back to types. Expression shape. Expression new type. Do I have expression type? Yeah, I have expression type, but this is expression new type. Expression new type, which is similar. So type expression new type, that should be moved from here to over here. Expression new type, new type. You ordered an Arduino as a Christmas gift for yourself. What are you going to do with it? Just a question, because I don't know what to, like, I have a Raspberry Pi and I don't know what to do with it. It's just been sitting on the shelf for like 5 years or something. The only thing that I did with it is I installed the operating system there multiple times. I guess that was fun. I guess, but yeah. As a Christmas gift, like, are you going to control like the Christmas tree lights with it, for example? That would be like one of the projects that you could do, right? A servo motor, and we'll use it to turn off the switch for me. Oh, nice. Do smart home the difficult way, right? DIY. Okay. Use $star. Hold on. Expression new type. Expression new type. E. That's this thing. That is this thing over here. So we evaluate, so this is the type, right? I evaluate the type, I return this thing, right? So type is this, and I return value type, value inferred span or whatever, right? That's what we return. But over here I am awaiting, which means that this probably needs a fork here. Eval type is already going to be forced, but that's, yeah, like I need a new one. Type is type new not inferred. And then we do fork. There's just a function called fork here. I see. Fork function into these things. Right. And over here we just say that type variable inference var infer as span new type, right? The expression has type shape, inference variable, but it was of type unit. Infer as. Oh, it's we have unite here. Yeah, can I do like, yeah, inference var type expert inferred as new type. Okay, new type is type inferred span new type. Okay, fine, whatever, we just do this thing. Type expression here, type expression there. Okay, is this it? When I initialize the expression new type, we just say that type inferred span type, because type of a new type expression is type. Expression module, customer current optional name. Oh, this one was actually used here. Optional name, new inferred span some cast interpreter current name. I can do that, I guess. You can set up a remote dev env if you want. Yeah. You can, but why would you use that? Because that was one of my plans originally, but the Raspberry Pi and Arduino, I guess, that they get is also like has less power than your PC. So why would you use that instead of your PC? That's the question. Playing around, sure. I'm just asking because I never figure out the use case for it. I can play around with things on my PC, you know, by making a new programming language. Yeah, depends on what you are into. New type. The expression should not be constructor. Yeah, because this is not, yeah, this is just expression new type. Initialize expression. So now, if it's a type expression, okay, if it's an expression, then we just return expression, initialize expression. But if it's a type expression, do I even do that? Or not? Where's my type expression? No, that's different though, right? That's different. Let's just do for now. Let's just do for now. Where am I? Over here, right? This cannot be type expression. Expression, init expression. We just inline this here. Okay. Now the LSP, if we have expression, new type, I need to handle the inner type expression and success. All right, let's try running. Is this going to work? First try, crash. What does it say? There is no core syntax new type. It's because I never edited it. I declared it, but I never edited it, right? So core syntax, new type. This thing is never used, and there's no warning about it. New type. Over here. Right. Now it's going to work. First try, crash. Cannot unite some and none at convert. Interesting. Cannot unite over here in cast aesthetic convert. So this is a new type. Oh my god, what do you mean? Did Jeremy enjoy the clip of me making noises into the mic? I'm glad he enjoyed it. Is it the only thing that doesn't work though? Implement into as this. Implement this as that. Just watch that clip, that's a crime. What do you think about my new microphone, Nerdcell? I'm using the new microphone now from my headphones. That's also a crime. Should I go back to the previous microphone, which is beeping sometimes, for some reason? What's the good microphone that I should get? What microphone should I get as streamer? What is the Blue Yeti one? That's the most popular one. Best streaming microphone. The Shure. You have 80-20-20. The Audio Technica. Your microphone sounded really good, yeah. Okay, maybe I should get the Pigorli one. Do you have an audio interface? No, I don't have an audio interface. So I want a USB microphone. Yeah. Oh, I know that 80-20-20 is the USB one. I have also the USB one, and it was working well for a while, right? I guess it's because it fell down a couple times. I have the C01U Pro. I have this thing. It's ideal for musicians, producers, and broadcasters. Maybe I just will get the same one, but the new one, so that's not beeping or whatever. $80-20-20 is just $10 higher, so you should I know, HyperX if you need the USB, and just keep in mind the quality on the USB mix isn't the greatest. I think my USB microphone was great until it started beeping, but yeah. I mean also I do put a lot of filters on it, so I don't know. Condenser monitoring. Yeah, my microphone is also heavy, so like I tried getting this thing, the thing, whatever this thing is called, and my microphone made it like fall down all the time. The arm, yeah. I know. Where's the like where's the thing? This is like twice as cheap as the AT2020. So I don't know. And I don't see the brand. What's the brand? Maono? Like I never heard of it. Like I did hear about the Audio Technica, but not of the Maono or whatever. You can get a cheap audio interface and a good microphone per use case for about 20, 200, 300 USD. I don't want the audio interface. I think that's annoying as fuck. It's a lot better to just have a USB one. The like I'm assuming that Pigorli does not have the thing, and it sounded good. You use this thing? I see. Oh, you have the XLR version, so you do have the audio interface then, right? Okay. I see. Yeah, I had a friend who had the AT2020, the USB one though. I don't know. I think it's just that my microphone is old and it fell down a couple times. That's why it started beeping, I'm assuming. All right. Let me just like keep this. I'll look at it later. Maybe. Like this one is cheap, so like instead of $300 doing $30, yeah, sure. I can just try that and then like throw it away if it doesn't work. Check this out. Cast Mami. Wait, 9 minutes ago. Inspired by Shell Mami, which was inspired by Cargo Mami. This is a cast program that emulates a nurturing and supportive figure. It can be used to offer praise and encouraging responses to user actions depending on the exit status of the command that it's passed to. Mami had Mami KS. Mami loves seeing her little girl succeed. All right, nice. So we can just you have a flake here, so we can just do like Nix, Shell, GitHub, Nigel, Withrow, Guest, Mami. That's how we do it here. Ben Nigel. Wait, you did not create the package? Okay. Installation. Like, it should have been a one thing, since you use Nix. Okay, I guess we can clone it, fine. Not a Nix guy? Okay, it's fine. You don't even have Duranth here. What do you use Nix for then? Or do you just not commit your Duranth, I guess, right? Your NVARC. You do have the dev shell here. Nix develop dots. Let's do this. I just need to cast in path. Yeah, I guess I could have used my original cast, my current cast, right? Instead of building a new version here for no reason. All right, the first actual user of the cast programming language, though. That's good, right? Who's that? That's Nigel. Can you write stacks in cast yet? No, not yet. I need to fix a couple bugs. Why is it copying? Like, there's something wrong here? Hold on. Cast. Fine. Let's just do here. Let's do Nix develop projects. Advent of code 20. Oh wait, no, I cannot do that because that's not updated yet, right? Okay, fine. Projects. Cast. But this doesn't work yet. Stash. Cast. Okay, there we go. That should work. Do you only use Nix develop? You don't use the Duren with Nix to automatically do the Nix develop? Yo, Nancoach. Hello. Hello, guys. Thank you for the raid. Nancoach. Welcome, guys. How are you doing? So, I've been making a programming language, and someone actually tried using it, and they created a program that's called Cast Mummy, which is supposed to provide support to you and stuff, you know. By the way, I had nothing to do with that trade. All right. Hold on, I'm just trying to figure out how to run this. Cast temp cast mummy like this, right? Oh, there you go. So basically this is a program. I mean, we could just like execute this directly, right? Yeah, there you go. You are such a smart cookie. There you go. So we just and this thing can run the command. Oh wait, hold on. What if the command fails, right? So we can do false here. And since this command failed, it's going to encourage you for not failing next time, right? So mommy knows you're feeling down, but you'll get through it. I see. Nice. Let's take a look at the source code of this thing, if I can. Oh my god. How do you do... How do you... I guess I will actually need to do the develop here. Fine, I'll just wait for it. And you made a pull request to cast to write that? Yes. But is Cargo Mummy doing the same thing though? I thought it's just like doing that whether your code is compiled or not, right? So yeah, if something doesn't compile, if the baby script wasn't compiled, then it's trying to tell you something, right? It's not actually executing things. But yeah. Just wanna look at the source code here. Let's look at the source code. So this is just all in a single file, 200 lines of code written in cast. Environment variables to consider. Wait, what? You can even like customize it. What's to call you? By default, it calls you a girl. Wait, what? What pronouns mommy will use for herself? Default is her. And what role mommy will have? Default is mommy. I see. Well, you just copy pasted the existing thing, right? And then just translated that to cast. Nice. Anything particularly that you don't like currently in the state of the language? There is a couple things, I think, that would be weird. Syntax for indexing the lists, for example, instead of doing this, I guess, would be nice. Lack of option, but you can define your own option, I guess, right? You could, yeah. We should, I mean, yeah, we will just add that to the standard library in a second when I fix this thing. I guess. Now Kuvi has to be backwards compatible. No, we don't. This is still going to keep working because this uses Nix, so it just uses a specific version of cast. But you know, Nigel should just make this into like a properly Nixed project, so we can just Nix run it. But yeah, I don't think going for backwards compatibility is a thing that I should do right now. No. Methods when? How can you have methods in cast? By implementing them. If you wanted piping, it would help at line 133. Sub in the term, string replace, response. What do you mean piping? You mean like you want to write here instead of string replace response, you want like response replace old and new stuff, right? Response has been updated 3 times, yeah. But I feel like I don't think that my piping or the piping operator should like inject the first argument, which is what they do in other languages. I think we should instead just have methods here, because that's a string, so there's going to be just a method on a string instead. Why is the first argument special in a method? So that it becomes a method. It's special because it has special syntax support, I guess. You don't. I mean, there's other options. There is also an option to do the UFCS or whatever it's called, right? The universal function call syntax, where you can just call any function. So like if you have a function f and you can call a function ab, this is the same as just saying a.fb, basically. That's how they do it in like D language, for example, and some others. I'm not sure if I like that. I wanted it explicitly to be declared as a method like in Rust instead. And like OCaml, Gleam applies the left-hand side as the first argument of right-hand side. Because Gleam does not have currying, right? Gleam doesn't have currying. Gleam currying. because you call functions with actual parentheses there, right? Yeah, you have actual parentheses here. So these are just like the list of arguments here. Yeah. Having it piped as first argument is so OP. But why should it be the first argument though? Like it's, I mean, the only reason it's OP is because you don't have methods. So that's just the alternative for methods. But the problem, like the reason methods are nicer because methods are functions that are namespaced instead of having a freestanding function, which now you should like name properly, and you cannot have like multiple freestanding functions with the same name, but you can have them with the same name when they're methods because they're namespaced. That's why it's better, I think, having proper method support instead. Screw all the other languages which pass it as the last argument. They don't pass it as the last argument. OCaml doesn't do it as a last argument. In OCaml, every function has a single argument. So piping in OCaml is just piping it into, is like you have a function and it has a single argument and you just have the argument on the left and function on the right. That's like literally it. So it's not doing anything magical. And this over here is actually doing it. But as you can see in this example, right, they pipe into list.each. But wouldn't it be just looking a lot cleaner if this over here was just removed? Like, this is unnecessary extra like syntax, which could already be like, and there is still no like ambiguity here, even if you remove this, if you just have method supports in the language, right? Actually, how does F# do piping? F# is because like they also what is this? What did I click? Okay. Why did this open again? Stupid website. Okay, I'll close this. How does pipe operator work? Simply syntactic sugar for chained method calls, very similar to how LINQ expressions are. Do they do in F#? Like, this is just function, so this is already working like cast. But what about functions with multiple arguments? Because I thought that they would do it similarly to OCaml here, right? Do they not? Passes the result of the left side to the function on the right side. Forward pipe operator, right? It's not saying that it passes it as the first argument. Yeah. Wait, hold on. What is this? Why does OCaml, why does F# have this operator and this operator? Passes the tuple of two arguments on the left side to the function on the right side. So we have a tuple on the left side, and on the right side we have the function of two arguments, which is basically a function returning a function, right? Which is why they need it. I see. Yeah, all right. Anyway, git status. Did I pop my stash? I did, right? Cast examples. Hello. You're still yet to export prompt command is cast by me, by the way. No. I'm not gonna do that. No. Have you done that for yourself already? So the problem, what's the problem here, right? I'm trying to unite some and none. I'm trying to unite some and none. What does this even mean? So we have something that is named and something that is not named, basically. And they are the same for some reason, right? Can I like remove convert at x be 0? Can I like comment this out and see if all the other code works? Cannot unite some and none over here in from string. I guess that's... I need to understand it. What's happening here? Okay. This is a type. This is a type. This is a type. While evaluating new type expression, right? While evaluating the new type, so like literally, while evaluating new type expression over here. Okay, fine. Let's see again in the interpreter. We have expression new type. I'm forking type. Oh, I see, because I have two variables. I see here type and I see here type. So over here, this type is supposed to be the new type, right? Yeah. How about I call this one result type. This one is going to be like inner type. It's not like really inner, right? Sure, let's call it inner though anyway. So over here I need to unify the result type with the new type, right? There we go. That makes sense. And we still have a problem, which is can only new type variant or tuple types in aesthetic collection trip, because new type, yes. That makes sense. So like node splitter, this is an alias. This is just a type alias, basically. Node splitter is just a type alias, which is a function which takes a reference and returns this, which is why this cannot be a new type. That makes sense. And now this works. Okay, nice. Now this works. Okay, let's take a look at the split. So split is a function that takes lib collection strip t and reference trip data t into trip behavior. Okay, so these are now the correct types, right? Is what this seems to be. One of the things that would be really nice here, though, is so like this is the full name, the fully qualified name of a type, right? But since I am right now looking at the file, which is already the aesthetic collection strip, we already have we are already inside of the lib collection strip, right? So I should just see it like everything after the dot here, right? How would I do that though? That depends on like it, but this means that it depends. The type that I show should depend on where am I looking at the type. I feel like that's a different, like a separate feature that that we can work out later. That's just like the visualization thing. And then in examples, hello, if this is now not a type but a new type, right? So let's see here. If I say let underscore be of type of foo dot type, right? So which is equal to like underscore whatever, right? So this is a type hello foo type. But if I say type, then this is just an alias to the anonymous struct with the field x, right? There you go. That's the difference of a new type versus type. We can also make this generic over t, and then this would be like t, and then this over here, if I say std int32 here, then this is going to be hello foo type instantiated with type int32, right? Okay, this seems like it's working now. Anything that I want to fix? Nope. Okay. Fix type names, fix number 25. Is new type adding indirection to access inner type? So right now this only works for variant and tuple types, right? And when you are it's actually is not adding indirection, because yeah, I mean, yeah, it's not adding indirection. But if we want this to work for a new type, like if I want to create a new type over like an existing concrete type, I guess, right? Like it's not actually new typing, right? It's like renaming the it's like naming an anonymous type right now is how it's working. And the only anonymous things are tuples and variants, right? Let's add the option. You wanted option? Let's add option right now to the standard library. std option. Class has no implicit casting. Yeah, we don't have any implicit casting. Implicit casting is bad, right? Yeah, so we have a option t is a type, t new type, which is either some t or none, right? That's all. What do we do? Is that all? Well, this will mean like option.t right now, right? Because yeah, which will make look better at some point. But in Prelude, I can also just use option here, I think. Cast, use std prelude star option int32, expected a generic option. Oh yeah, we'll do option t int32, right? So this is type std option t int32. And if I say well, in some cases it's bad. Well, I mean, I would say that in some cases it's good, because in most cases it's bad. I would say probably. At least like in most cases in C++ it's bad, because yeah. I still, by the way, I still don't have implicitly imported prelude. I feel like I want that. Right? I feel like I want that. The implicitly opened prelude. Need to bring back NeoVim. Close VS Code, open NeoVim. Since Nautilus says so. Okay. Fine. Fine. Let's at least like have a couple of options in the a couple of like methods in option, right? Let's have at least like is some, right, is t, which is like so we're going to have like option, which is option. I want to say like option here is t, right? So that I can like write code here like I want, instead of that, you know. So like if we have option t, this should be like a reference to option t, and this returns boolean, I guess, right? So this will be just match option with some, then true, and none, then false, right? Like that. What are you complaining about? Match branch must use, okay, because I'm trying to write OCaml, but we need to write cast. Yes. I'm too used to OCaml sometimes. Yeah. Do you think this should be a light arrow? No, I think fat arrow makes sense here, right? You also did that so many times? Yeah. I don't think this should be like a thin arrow. Is none is just the other way around. Can I just say if I mean, sure, whatever. It's false, true. It makes sense as a function. Yeah, yes. It is basically like a function here. Yeah, it's just in OCaml, the functions also use the light arrow, right? That's why they use it in this place too. What else do we want? A map? How do we map an option? So we have t and u, right? And we have option, which is option t, and we have f, which is t into u, and then we return option u, right? Which is going to be match option with some x, then we return some fx, and if it is none, then we return none. Right? Okay, let's try this. Cast use std prelude star let x be of option is someone, right? X is someone, and I'll say option map x to string, like this. This is going to be someone. Okay, there we go. Okay. Is that actually possible with custom syntax? Should be, right? Some for the pattern on the left hand side, use the following expression true. Okay, so this works. Option map. What else do we want? Let's just add all of the methods that we want for options, right? And then t u This is going to be option, which is option T, and then F, which is T into option U, which is going to return option U, right? Do you know how awful the Windows command line is after using Linux? I know, but do you at least use PowerShell on Windows instead of CMD.exe? That gives you, that makes it a little bit better, I guess. Match opt with. Also, you can just use Bash on Windows. I mean, if your problem is with the shell. Okay, if it's some x, then we just return fx, and if it's none, then we just return none. Windows without PowerShell 7 is unbelievably bad. Well, I mean, PowerShell is installed by default these days, right? I'm assuming. I don't know. Or are you guys still using Windows 7 or Windows XP? Are you? I don't know. I will make infix functions for options so that I can do to.checked add. Delete Windows. Hold on. Let's also do this, right? Const as ref. This is like in Rust, right? Like in Rust, if I have a T option, which is option T, if I have a reference to the option, right, then we should be able to return optional reference to T, right? So yeah, there we go. If we match option with. Now, how do I do this though? I feel like for this, we need a new feature in the language, which is like let's try writing this, right? So if it is none, then we obviously return none, right? Also, I'm matching not option itself because option is a reference, right? So this over here must be dereferenced, and over here, if we have some, now we need to capture x here by reference, and we have no way to do that, right? So we need to though. So in Rust, this would be the ref keyword here. So do I add the ref keyword here? And then later, maybe at some point, we also have the feature like in Rust, which is called match ergonomics, where we can match on the references and then it like dereferences and doing the reference matching automatically. But we for now just do it the old way of Rust doing it, I guess, right? Which is literally this. Did I commit, by the way? No, I mean, yeah, I guess I did. Yeah, so this means that I need a new type of a pattern, which is capturing not the value, but the reference of the place that we are trying to pattern match against. Match on reference and dereference references automatically. That's how Rust works, right? That's how Rust works. So you see, like, option here is a reference to option. It just sounds funny. Okay. It's called match ergonomics. The feature in Rust. Okay, so we need to have types ML. We need to have a pattern ref. Well, pattern ref is like the different, right? This is trying to match a reference. I guess this is still a pattern binding. But pattern binding is either, so we match the let's just dedicate the one here, pattern binding, and pattern binding is we have binding itself, right, which is binding, and we have by reference, which is a boolean, right? So this is the thing. And then also there's going to be like a mutable, I guess, or not mutable here. We don't do mutability. We don't do check to mutability right now. So this is going to also have mutable later. Pattern binding. Now I need to copy paste. Hold on. I'm writing OCaml. OCaml requires copy pasting code sometimes. So we do this and then we follow the errors. Let's start with printing here. We have a binding by ref and binding, right? I say over here that if by ref, then printf fmt magenta ref. Pattern match. So when I'm trying to pattern match a binding over here by ref binding, right? So yeah, in this case, we don't need to claim the place, right? Yeah, we instead construct a reference. Right? So this is going to be type inferred span t reference to place type. No, hold on. Like this depends, right? Let's say here this. Let type and value be if by reference, then one thing, else another thing, right? So if it's not by reference, then we do the old thing where we say that type is place type and value is claim place. So we initialize this with value and type is just type, like that. And if it is by reference, then the type is reference to place type, and the value is value reference to place. There we go. How's the language coming along? Taking a break from working on mine. It is coming along. It is coming along very nicely, I think. I like how it is going. We solved the advent of code fully with the language, right? So that already means something, right? Did you solve the advent of code with your language? Or no? Wait, did I see your language? Can you link it again if I saw it, or we can look at it if you want. I'm right now implementing. Let's see. So I fixed a couple bugs. And then I'm implementing pattern matching by reference. Implementing. Just say pattern matching. Pattern matching by reference. Yeah, let's just say that. That's all. I have not. Once it's more open, totally down to do that. We just tested against C++ and we're faster than it by quite a lot, and even with C. All right, yeah. Is it so it's a low level language, I'm assuming, right? So I'm focusing on the high level features. I think that you are faster than C++ and even C. Well, I mean, that depends on how you write code, I guess, right? Because you can, like, you say even with C. Well, by C++ is basically like a superset of C, kind of. Not exactly, but mainly you can do everything there. So are you saying that C++ is slower than C? Because that's not true, really, right? Or is there actually things in C that you cannot write in C++? Okay, initialize pattern. When we have a pattern binding, this needs to, yeah, we have by reference and binding here now, and we return if by ref, then type inferred span t ref binding type. Otherwise, we return just binding type. There we go. Okay, value binding. Okay, this is inject pattern bindings. Well, inject binding should also be by reference now. I feel like maybe I did it actually wrong. Maybe it should be its own thing after all. Maybe it's okay by reference. Fine. I mean, yeah, doesn't matter, I guess. But it means that inject binding should also know if I'm injecting it by reference or not, right? So inject binding should see by reference is a boolean, right? So it's going to binding by reference. Look at all these errors. Unbound module scope. What is the actual error that matters? All right, that's enough of NeoVim. Okay, we go back to VS Code. Imagine if interviews went through your project. Is Nigel Withrow is not your main account? Yeah, like this is over here. This is weird. Like, nah. Let's undo. Let's undo here. Not by ref. Not by ref. Not by ref, right? Or not? Wait, what? No. Wait, what? Yes. Wait, what? No. Huh? Hold on. What am I trying to say here? So we have a pattern which is binding, right? So this does introduce a new binding. Yeah. What distribution am I using? I'm using NixOS, but you can rise any Linux like this, right? This is not the built-in thing into NixOS. It's Hyperland, the window manager, which is like configured and stuff. Rice is not my staple food. So injecting binding should still be correct, actually. No. That's not it, right? The bindings are still injected the same way. It's just what's the type of the binding is the question, right? Here. Yeah, so injecting the bindings, we don't care if it's by reference or not. So we just say that const let this binding pattern binding pattern binding, and this is by ref is false, I guess, right? That's what I want. And say like over here by ref is false and binding. Okay. And then over here I say p binding is equal to this thing. All right, but by ref, so this is pattern, this is tuple field. Yeah, by ref is false, I guess, here. Binding with name, decree binding, pattern expression binding. Wait, this is place expression binding. Place expressions, they don't have references there, right? What is this? This is use. Used expression. Is used expression is a binding, then we just do this. P binding by ref is false. It still is false here, right? Or binding is binding with name like this. Pattern expression field, pattern binding is this. By ref is false. Okay, and then when I'm compiling a pattern, this is creating a pattern binding by ref is false. Yes. So that's all. No, that's not all. Hold on. LSP hover. By ref. We don't care if it is by ref or not, right? We just do this. Okay. Wait, but where am I initializing? Initialize pattern. I guess, yes. So when I'm initializing pattern. No, this is correct. Yes. Reference to binding type. Yeah. Okay, I think that's all. Should you add achievements to the demo? I don't know. Do other games on Steam have achievements for demos? Not sure. I don't play a lot of demos. I don't think it matters though, right? Is your demo already published or what? No? It's not, right? Okay, so now we just need to have the syntax. So we just need to have the syntax for it. Which is going to be like a ref pattern. What should be the priority of it? So the syntax itself is something like this. We have core, like ref. That's not, no, this is a reference. This is like by reference, by ref, which is going to be just the ref. Ref underscore whatever. Yeah. Okay, so it should be in the pattern, which means that it should be above the variant actually. It should be above the variant. I feel like we just do it over here at 500. I don't know. We'll see if it needs to be somewhere else. Okay, so if we try to parse, you know, some ref x, right? Then it's a variant, label is sum, and value is by reference x, right? Okay. And now we need to implement that in the core syntax by reference. Wait, here's the question. Can we do by like reference like x and y, for example, here? And what would this even mean? Like, I'm pretty sure that we cannot do that in Rust, right? But I mean, we can give meaning to that, I think, if it makes any sense. Let's see. We have let's like match 1 and 2 with you know, a ref x. Wait, I forgot. Wait, hold on. What's the syntax in Rust? Is this the syntax? It is, right? Ref x, dbg x. So this is what you can do, right? And x is basically a reference to this thing. Okay, but so can we like do here x and y? We cannot, right? Yeah, because after reference we always expect an identifier, because it only matters when I'm capturing into like the binding, whether I'm capturing the value or the reference that we have matched, right? So in this case, I want this entire thing to be a reference. That makes no sense though, right? Because that's not a reference. You think you're getting flashback to discussion about this? I don't know. Do you think this should mean something? And like in this case, x should be reference and y should be reference. So like x should be reference to 1 and y should be reference to 2. So like basically it would be the same as saying ref x and ref y, because that's something that you can do already. dbg x and y, right? That is something that you can already do. But this is like you are duplicating your ref. You're fine with ref being per identifier? Yeah. Do you even use this syntax at all in your code, Nerdsoul? I feel like you don't really need it much because of the match ergonomics in Rust, but sometimes it's kind of nice to have, because you want to match sometimes some things by moving and some things by referencing. Sometimes. You've done like once before? I see. Okay, core syntax. Let's see. By ref. So by ref can only be a pattern, basically, right? By ref can only be a pattern. Can we do something? Otherwise, by ref must be pattern. We also say that the identifier is children, triple unwrap, single unwrap, single unnamed, AST child, expect AST. And so like this also must be an identifier, right? Right. Okay, so we say match ident shape with simple token is identifier. Token is identifier. Then we do something. If it is anything else, then it also should be error. Expected identifier in span is going to be like identifier span. This needs to be like this. Okay, and then it's kind of like same as in the compiler, right? I need to literally do the same thing as over here. So we create a new binding, create new ID, symbol create, identifier name. Token. Tokens also have shape. Shape is identifier ident. Like this. As token. I mean, token span is the same as this span, so I don't really need that. This is basically identifier span. Ident AST, right? This is going to be C state. So the only change here in my copy paste is that this is true, right? Okay, that's all. Wait, why is this span is AST span? That's not AST span anymore. That is ident AST span. Create definition. This is ident AST span. Ident name, this, that, create definition. Yep, this seems correct. Let's try compiling it. Let's try compile. It says type shape T is not equal to reference. Oh, this is in std option. Okay. Hold on, restart language server. It says that T is not equal to reference, right? Because so X is, I'm supposed to return a reference to occupied. What is that? Some ref X. As ref. By a reference binding T occupied. Interesting. Oh, because this is a reference to wait. Oh, wait, try it. Hold on, I cannot do that. I need to say type here. Right? This is right now a little bit weird part of the language, I suppose. Type shape T is not equal. T is not equal to reference. X is of type reference to T, which makes sense, right? Match opt with this. T is not equal to reference to underscore when I'm initializing this entire thing. This is an option T. This is an option T. So this thing is inferred to be T. Ref X. Oh, wait. Hold on. No. Yeah, wait, hold on. Yeah. No, wait, what? Yeah. No. Yes. It's because compiler, like, init. So the type of this thing is still supposed to be the same type as the binding, right? So whether this is by reference or not by reference actually doesn't make sense, doesn't matter. And we always try to match the type, which is the type of the... Well, no, not, wait, what? Hold on. If I try to pattern match by reference, then the type that we're trying to pattern match against is the value that the binding is referencing, right? Yeah. Okay. So if it is by reference, then it's not the type of the pattern which is a reference, but it's a binding type which is a reference to the result type. There we go. That makes sense now. So over here, I'm going to say that result is type new not inferred in span, right? And then I'm saying that binding type, inference type, expect inferred as result, not result, is inferred to be as a type reference to the result, like that, right? And then we just return the result type. So it was like I was having the type inference the other way, basically, right? By ref must be pattern and stdin. Yes, like now this is actually working, right? So if this is compiled, by ref must be pattern. Wait, what? stdin. This is oh, because because I'm trying to compile an expression here, right? If I do this into like underscore, right? There we go. So with argument, we have a function where argument is sum ref x. Okay. And can I like return x here? So this is going to return the reference. Okay, I think this should just work. Let's try to say cast use std prelude star. Let's say x is option option underscore, which is like sum1, right? And then I want something like option as ref x, right? So this is some reference to like this, right? Yeah. Should I like this is just reference to a place, so it's just printing basically the address here, which makes sense. But I can basically say, so like x right now is sum1, right? We can say that a reference to x is option as ref x, right? Can I do something like this? Can I do something like this, you know? Option map ref x, and then you know, like a reference, and then I say that, you know, reference dereferenced is equal to 3. Can I do that? Right? So basically it is basically like if reference is sum, then we try to mutate that, and this should basically mutate the original x now, right? There we go. Yeah, I think this works. Turn matching by reference. Okay, so one of the things that I don't like at all, obviously, is this thing, right? When we define that, when we define this, I don't like this. You also have to write your own string replace, because I don't have string replace right now in the standard library, right? Yeah, but there's no replace, I guess. Do you want to like do a pull request for that? So that you write some cast code if you want. So the question is, how do we make sure? So like, why is this necessary, right? Because this is a generic. We have generics which are instantiated with arguments, but arguments are not necessarily types, right? Because we can have a constant as the thing. So how do we know that this must be a type expression or like a regular value expression? Because in case of a value expression, this is a reference to type, not a type which is a reference, right? How would we know that? And because of that, this basically doesn't type check, right? We have type that is expected, but we give it a reference to type. So I guess like because that's like one of the reasons Rust actually has different syntax for const generics and type generics, right? And I want to kind of have the same syntax, but it doesn't really work, I guess. I mean, obviously we can use like the type inference here, like this is inferred to be type, and if we, I mean, but the problem is that we literally have different syntaxes, right, for defining type. Like, yeah, it doesn't work. We cannot even use the inference here. Like, what if I want to, like, you know, what if I want to create an option? Let generic parameters be just macros. I don't think that works. No, that doesn't work. It means that generics themselves are just macros, I guess, right? But they are not. The generics are actually full-blown functions which take basically the arguments like this and return the value, which is a type. But it's not. It doesn't have to be a type here, right? Because this over here is also a generic. This uses the same underlying mechanism where we just return the function from the generic. You mean TB is just macro? I don't even understand what this means, because this is basically calling a function called option with argument being a reference to T, right? It like you need to call a function with a value, and but the value must be type for this specific generic. You know. So the full, like, we can say like this is a type, right? This is more like explicit thing here. Same as like for functions, you could use type inference to instead of doing things. So, but this does not have to be a type. This can be any value. This can be an integer, for example. That would be a const generic, basically. Macro can be anything: type, variable, const, something or other. Well, I mean, my values can be anything already. They can be types, constant, like values or whatever, yeah. T is not a macro. T is already a concrete type, basically, when we instantiate this generic. It's not a macro. It's not like C macros at all here. Maybe you don't understand how my generics work? And I mean, even if you have like generics like in C++, for example, the templates, you have the same issue. It should be that? No, it should not be that. Like, even if in C++, if you have templates, you still have... Actually, I'm actually wondering, how do you do C++ templates with like const with like values? Let me ask ChatGPT. How do you const generics in CPP? C++ calls them not that. C++ calls them non-type template parameters, right? NTTPs, because C++ enjoys suffering. Here's the core idea, right? So you just have a template int n. So this still uses the same syntax, okay? How does the parser work though for this, right? Because like this over here can be either a type or it can be an like an expression, I guess, right? So can you in C++, I mean, it is kind of like easy to do that for the simple things, right? But types can be like any type expressions, which is like instantiating another generic, for example, right? Is the most common thing. Can I have any expression when instantiating a non-type template? No, absolutely not. C++ will look at an expression and sigh deeply and reject it. You may only use a constant expression. Yeah, but and not even all constant expression. Only the one C++ deems worthy. The actual rule simplified before my blood pressure spikes. So when you write this, x expression must be a constant expression evaluatable at compile time and representable by the non-type template parameters type. Apparently using Steam SDK is very, very easy. Okay, yeah, I thought it should be very easy. Why wouldn't it be? What does not work? Runtime values and nope. I mean, that makes sense. Function calls unless const expr. Okay, but this has a different syntax from generic. Floating point mostly. Yeah, I guess I think maybe for C++, structural types, the compiler must understand your soul. Why? Because X is a structural type. You wanted this. So maybe like it's because C++ uses this syntax which is completely different between the types and expressions. So like it does need to know the context whether this is a type or a value, basically, right? What's the way it parses it, right? You know, how does it parse? Where's like the BNF or whatever, right? C++ BNF, is there such a thing? C++ BNF grammar. Explicit instantiation. No, that's explicit instantiation. I want... what do they call them? Template parameter list is template parameter. So what is a template parameter in C++, right? That's the question. Template parameter is either a type parameter or a parameter declaration, or what? Is that right? Template parameter, is this an or? A type parameter, it's class type name. Template opt. I don't know. Maybe like it's also because, well, I mean, you know the problem is what? The problem is if we think about C++, right? How do you declare a pointer type in C++, right? You say like char star, right? That's the pointer. But is this valid syntax in so like you have basically like type star, right? T star. But how do you dereference? You dereference by saying star T. Is that the reason why C++ can do that? Because this is actually different syntax. So there is still no ambiguity, you know? This is how you dereference. This is how you can create a type. So is there literally like no ambiguity in C++ when you look at something? Is this a type expression or is this a value expression? The same operator. Well, I mean, it's like syntactically it's different, so it's like it's easy to disambiguate, right? So I have this problem, right? Because I'm using the same syntax for defining the reference type and getting the reference. So because of that, I need extra context, and Rust is having the same. So Rust does the disambiguation in the instantiation of generics by saying that like values must be like surrounded in curly braces, basically. Right? So you cannot say just like, for example, like fixed sized array 1, right? In Rust. Because you need to surround your one with like curly braces, especially if this is a variable, right? Maybe you can, like, if it's a literal, because literal is obviously not a type. But maybe later we will use literals as types like TypeScript does, so I will still need to disambiguate. Yeah. I understand. But that's the problem that I have. Like, imagine if we had like literal types like TypeScript. How do I figure out that this is a value one, or if this is a type that's declaring the type that can only be one, you know? So we must disambiguate it syntactically somehow. Option reference T, like that's how I would like it to look ideally. But does it mean that every force a typecast? Well, I mean that's how I do it right now. I'm doing a type, right? But I guess like normally when so Rust do it the other way. Rust has the explicit syntax for values as generic arguments instead of types as generic arguments, because most of your generics have types as arguments, right? So because of that, the explicit syntax for when the argument is a type makes less sense. But what about, I mean, yeah, it's like the only other way is to literally have a different syntax for constructing the reference type versus the reference value, like in this case. And then there might be like other things that are similar, where I have the same where I'm using the same syntax for types and values. But using the same syntax for types and values is making sense, because like they are like the kind of like, it makes sense to use the same syntax though, right? Another option is doing something fancy where we try to compile these both as the value expression and as a type expression. And if type inference fails, then we try the other way. Although I feel like that's very cursed, and it's going to like, yeah, it's like really weird here. like doing like the syntax should not depend, like the way we like try to compile this thing should not depend on type inference. I don't think so. So, I mean, right now I'm not using curly brackets for anything, so I guess we can just say that generic arguments are always types for now. Is there any other languages who are doing something similar? Like, what I'm doing is more like the dependently typed languages, but is there dependently typed languages with like ownership semantics at the same time, for example? I mean, like, for example, I can say, like, over here, ref-t, right? Like, ref-t can be used, like this obviously over here is not a pattern, so ref-t is like a type, but this is like the value which is referenced to t. That's one of the options. Like, I can literally say that a reference, like, this is the operator that taking the reference, right? But if we want to take a we can literally like have it explicit like this, you know, ref-t. This would work. This would work, but is this annoying to write? So if I have like a reference to option t, then we have option reference like this. This is a type, and then yeah, you know, like we can say over here const ref is t type reference t, right? Like this, literally. So this will work. So I have to use this syntax in this position, but in this position, because I already know that I'm parsing the type, I can use the syntax which is like that. That also works, but I don't like it. But I think this is better than having a special syntax for like value versus type generic arguments. That's better. But like what I'm saying also is that you know, what if I try to have an option? What if I try to have an option? What if I try to have an option? An optional tuple, right? An optional tuple of like int and int, right? Something like this. Why did I why does that not work? Type shape type. Oh yeah, there we go. This actually is another like problem. How do we do this here? So once again, the problem is that a tuple, which is a value tuple, and a tuple, which is a type tuple, are different things, but they definitely should use the same syntax, right? So right now I must do this. I think my line wrap doesn't work, by the way. It like does these things. Option type int32, you know? Like I must write the type here, because otherwise it's not a type which is a tuple of two integers, but it's a value which is a tuple which contains two types inside, which is a different thing. You open a pull request for string replace owned. Do you call it owned too? I think we need to like change the API of strings so that like they use references where possible. I just because the string module existed before references existed, right? Length choose still uses owned, yeah, length and like I guess iteration and like all the other things. Adding comments into my code. We have comments in our code now. What do you think, Nigel, about this thing? How does it work? Wait. By the way, I'm actually like wondering because tuples is very interesting. Maybe I want to look at like Idris or whatever. Here I think. Let's look at Idris. Next shell. Idris. Right? Idris, test Idris. Okay. Let's see here. Because how do you declare a tuple in Idris? Right? That's my question. Can I say that? F like X is 1 and 2. Can I do that in Idris? Expected end of input. Can I do maybe if I do this? X is this, right? Okay. What if I want to have a generic type, right? I want to have option, right? So I say that option is T. Option T is I don't know, TT, right? Something like that. And then I want to say that X X int 32, is that what it's called? No, X is of type option int 32. Is that how you do it in Idris? I'm not sure. No declaration for main option. While processing type of X. Undefined name option. Wait, what? That doesn't work like this? Do I need to maybe like it must be lowercase? No type declaration for main option. Idris. Let's take a look. You make an ASGI implementation for your language called Kubicorn. What's ASGI? Asynchronous server gateway interface. Is that what you mean? What is this? Is a calling convention for web servers the forward request to this? Maybe you can. Wait, effects tutorial. You're improving. Library called Unicorn. Primitive types, data types, functions. Like because we can have functions that return types, right? Holes, init sets, IO, laziness, go data type, useful data types. Data pair, dependent pair, records. Maybe let's just ask ChatGPT here. Can I declare a function in Idris that returns a type and then type ascribe something using that? So we have my type. My type is a function from that into type, right? So if it's zero, then it's int. Otherwise, it's a string. X my type. Like wait, but isn't this literally what I tried to do? Oh wait, maybe maybe you need to like X is option integer and then X is equal to this. Is that how you? Is that the reason? And I would say over here that option is like, you know, actually, what's the type of this? Interesting. Let's see. No type declaration. Option T. Oh, no type declaration for main option. Okay. So option is of type into type, right? Because that's like a generic type basically. Also in the left hand side of option, undefined name T. Does it need to be like lowercase here? Okay, wait, this actually worked, right? This actually worked. So why does this work, right? Like over here, this is a type. But I mean, in this case, we don't do type ascriptions. Can you do in Idris type ascription though? Can I like, say that this is of type int32? Couldn't parse any alternatives. No, you cannot. Maybe my problems are just because of the syntax that I chose, where I can like type ascribe anywhere, everywhere and stuff. I mean, this is not an option, but like, you know. We call it double, for example. So in this case, the fact that this syntax is the same. Yeah, wait, hold on. Why does this type check? I still have a question here. Why does this type check, right? I still have a question. Why does this type check? So it actually depends on the type inference here, right? Because if I say, for example, int32 and int32, what's the type of this thing? If I say int32 and int32, what's the type of this? The type is type, right? The type is two types. It's not a single type, right? But can I like evaluate this expression? Can you type ascribe any expression in Idris? Almost anything. Yes, but it will glare you if you do something meaningless. Type expression is either suggest expression type. X int. So like you can actually do that. You can actually do that. Why did it complain then? Because maybe ChatGPT is wrong. Can I say like that this is of type? Unexpected end of input. Do I need a space here maybe? Expected case, if, do, obligation, or operator expression. Why can I not do this? Because you're confusing a value that has a type with a value that is a type, and it just refuses to lie to you. This is not a type. This is a term, specifically a pair constructor applied to two values. What it receives, it desugars it, comma, this, that. Now ask, what is int32? This is a type. So we just try to build a pair of types. The expression has a type this, yes. The type you meant is this. But that syntax is overloaded. In type position, AB means pair AB, and in term position, this means that, right? So like, yeah, that's exactly the problem that we're having. So how do we know if we are in term position or we are in type position? Because we're writing a function here. This over here is term position, right? So because this is term position, why does it type check? Because we are supposed to return a type, not a pair of two types, right? Let's see, maybe ChatGPT can actually explain this without me looking at the docs. So why does this type check if TT is a pair of types, not a type? Because you're in type position now, and it just switches meanings on purpose. So like, how does it decide that? It's because I declared the type previously, so it knows that this must be a type, right? Two different universes, same syntax. In interest, the syntax is contextual, right? So same as cast. This means the different things depending on where it appears. Term position, yes. Type position, yes. Yes, but vect and TT, nice. This is ugly. This is why it just allows the madness. No. This makes sense, everything, right? But like, so now I want to have a vector of these, right? So isn't this a term position? Because I'm just calling a function vect, right? N is like the size of the vector, and this is the type, right? So I want to see the type here, but this looks like a term. Because dependent types require the same syntax to describe terms and types. Otherwise, everything becomes unreadable. The price, you must know what position you're in. So like, how do you know what position you're in over there? From your example, how does Idris know that TT is in type position? Is it like literally because the type has already been inferred before? Because Idris already knows what this expects. So like, so we are doing like basically the parsing during like it's when I compile this, I must already know the type of this, right? It could just be making it up. No, I think like, I think I can do the same thing as Idris does. It's just like, it basically means when I'm trying to compile this, I already need at compile time to know the type of vect, right? And if the type of the argument here is expected to be a type, then we actually parse this as a type, right? Because like we compile this thing first, which is like, what is the function that we're trying to call, right? Or like generic in my case, right? And the generic, but the thing is that generic might not be compiled yet. That's the problem. But right now I'm parsing the type position. Okay, maybe that helps a little bit. Because I'm in type position myself right now. It's weird a little bit. Any other languages with same thing? This isn't Idris only. Okay, let's see. Agda has the same stuff. We have Kok. Okay, any like languages that like Lean? Lean. Okay. Is Nerdsel around? The Lean Professional? Haskell, almost, but it's cowardly. No, Haskell has different syntax for that, so I don't think that works. OCaml, no, but relevant. OCaml separates them cleanly. This is a value and this is a type. Yeah, I don't want to do that. That's ugly. You know almost less than you about Lean? Okay. If a language has dependence type, bidirectional typing, types as first-class values, then this behavior is inevitable. Which is why we have it, right? But like, what's the question though? When we see like there are sometimes the syntax which means the same for declaring a value and for declaring a type. For example, a tuple, right? What's the type of TT? Is it a type, which is a tuple of, or is it a value which is a tuple, which contains two types? You know, that's the question. How do we know this? Because just looking at the syntax is not enough. We need to know if this is. We need to know if we are trying to, if we're looking at a type or not here. Type. But like, wait, what? Type is less than type? What? What do you mean even? Maybe like a more specific example here. We have options, right? Oh, it's a subtype? No, this is not a subtype. I don't think we do subtyping here. The problem is that what we want is we want to write option as ref, as like in Rust, right? We want this to return option of a reference to T, right? So the problem in this case is it's the same for tuples, right? But in this case it's for references, right? Because a type which is a reference to T and a value which is a reference to the type, because we treat types as values, is two different things, right? And when I instantiate generics, because we want generics to be able to have a const generics, right? Because of that, what is this, right? What is this? Is this a reference to a value T, or is this a type which is a reference to type T, right? That's the question. So how do we disambiguate? So Idris, what ChatGPT tells me is that we know this because option is the thing which takes T, and T here is a type, right? Because we know this because of type inference. But the problem with type inference is that we only know that at some point and not necessarily right now. And right now is when I'm trying to compile this thing. You don't understand the problem. Let's go to Rust, and like I'm just let's go to Rust, right? Let's go to Rust. So you have in Rust struct foo, which takes type T, right? And this has like field which is type T, right? But let's say that this also takes n, and I want this to be like the field which is going to be a fixed sized array of type T and size n, right? This. You don't even do that like this, right? Expected a value found type parameter, because by default all the parameters are types parameters, so you have to say like const n usize here, right? In Rust. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to unify the syntax in our language, right? We want to treat everything the same. Like, why is this needed here? This is ugly, right? So we just want to say, like I written it before, right? We want to say struct foo n and t, right? And we just infer based on like normal inference that this is the usize, or like, or we could just say n is usize and t is type, right? That's what I want to be able to do. Would you ever need to hold a reference to a type and not a value? I mean, yeah, why not? Like, you can do anything at compile time, right? So, like, can you hold a reference to a type in Zig at compile time? I think you can, because why not? Like, I don't know, you have, like, when you do some compile time evaluation, like, based on types, you have, like, I don't know, a list of types, you iterate over it, iteration over a list gives you a reference and stuff. You still don't understand? So how do you how do you over here how do you instantiate this, right? So we'll say function foo, which takes argument of type foo, where n is 1 and t is I32, right? Can we actually do this? We can, right? But what if I do over here a reference to 1, right? Can I do that even? Expected type found 1. Yeah, so like you actually only have references here. Interesting. So like, I mean, the problem is like, the problem is that we treat types as values, right? So Rust disambiguates this on the syntax level, but like, you almost understand. You can feel something moving in my brain. Yeah, basically, right? So we have in our code, like, let's just go to REPL, right? Let's just go to REPL. Let's say that x. Let's say that, like, we have a type, right? X is a type, which is the int32, right? X is type int32. What happens when we do a reference to x? Well, this is a reference. So we're literally, like, we have literally a value stored in x, which is a type, right? So this is just a pointer to that type. It's not a new type, right? But then when we do a type reference x, that's a complete different thing. This is now a new type, which is a reference to int32. These are different things, right? I don't know. Does that make sense? I think it's maybe easier with tuples. Maybe it's easier with tuples instead of references. What is int32 and int32? What is int32 and int32? It's two types, right? But if I say that type int32 and int32, then it's just a type. This is a value tuple and this is a type tuple. They're different, you know? Why does this matter, actually? Why does this matter? Because why are they? Why does this even matter? Let's maybe try this example where we have a named tuple, right? So let's say that we have dot x is 1, right? So this creates a field x with value of 1, okay? But what's the type of this? Well, the type of this is x is int32, right? Like this. Or why is int32 not equal to type int32? No, int32 is equal to type int32. Because So I don't just I want to have to write because like it's very verbose. I just don't like the syntax. You know, you have to like do like type reference t and then like you basically will have to specify type before every type. It's too much syntax. It's annoying. It's just tuples. It's tuples and references, I guess, right now. Yeah. But they have different syntax actually, right? So here's the type, which is the type of this tuple, right? Which is x is int32, right? But what if we try to, for example, write a function that takes the x, which is int32, and like returns something, right? So like this, for example, right? This is a function taking the named argument x, returning that thing itself, right? So that's the function. Another thing that we want to do, so in this case, this is a pattern. Now this over here is a type, this is a value, this is a pattern, okay? So we have basically three things. But how do you call such a function, right? How do you, like, or rather, like, how do I say that x is equal to 1, right? How do we say that x is equal to 1, which is having the type int32, right? That's how we do it. Because I want to be able to type ascribe anywhere. The type ascription is just like an assertion that the type is inferred properly, right? I want this to be happening everywhere, right? But then we also want to say that if I have the x in scope, if x is like 1 to 3, then I just want to say that dot x is literally equal to x is 1 to 3, right? Because we don't want to repeat ourselves. We don't want to say x is equal to x. So we have this shorthand syntax, right? But then we want to like also have the type ascription. So what should this mean? Dot x is int32. What should this mean? Well, right now, what this means is that we construct a value of x equal to x, and we assert that the type is int32. But now you see the problem, because like this and type x is int32 is two different things. So like this looks the same as this, but this means two different things, right? So this is now completely different. In this case, x is int32, and in this case, and is an in this case, this is a value of type integer, and this case, x is like integer to the type itself, right? So we have this syntax, which is like depending on the context. Does this mean the type, or does this mean a value, right? I think the reason Zig doesn't have this problem is because they actually don't, like, they actually want it to be explicit, so they only have x is equal to x or something, I think. Also, I'm not sure if Zig supports type ascriptions in any place. I think it doesn't. Does Zig have this problem? Does Zig have tuples? Hold on, Zig. Does Zig have tuples? I thought they removed the anonymous structs, right? Is there a tuple? Tuples, yes, there are tuples. Anonymous structs can be created without specifying field names, and those are referred to as tuples. Okay, so what's the type of this? That's the question. Let's go to Zig Playground. Let's go to Zig Playground. Let's see. So I want to say that like const foo is, you know, 1 and 2, right? So what is this? This is a comp time int and a comp time int. What's the type of this? The type of this is struct. So like, can I say that foo is of type foo here? Foo is not found in scope. So can I say that foo So it's because foo has the, so they say struct, right? Which is int i32. Is that correct? Right? What if I say that now we have x, which is i32, right? So x is the type. So can I say over here x? I can, right? And this still works. And then we say over here xx. But this, the language server is not even complaining for some reason, which is weird, because this is a type, not a value of type int32, right? Zig build source. Panic out of memory? Wait, what? Zig just out of memory for me. Is that right? Or is it not out of memory? What is this? Build lazy path, found this. Zig union enum. Union declared here. No, yeah, it is out of memory, right? Holy. Well, I mean, I'm using the old version of Zig though here, to be honest. Right? This is what? I don't know, Zig version. Zig version 0.14. 0.15. I mean, it shouldn't be that different though, right? Can I hold on? This maker Zig playground. Copying play mix Zig playground. You got distracted a bit. I think I'm getting distracted a bit too, but like, why am I the only language that have the problem or something? Well, I mean, they solve it in Idris, right? But I'm not sure if I can do it the same way. Kind of. Maybe I can. Did I solve it? No, I did not solve it. I'm just trying to see if Zig has something similar being the problem. But like in Zig, you cannot declare the type of a tuple, right? Or I mean, to declare a type, you basically say struct. By the way, you still don't understand. What exactly do you not understand? Do you not understand how a tuple, how a tuple of two types is different from a type which is a tuple? A type level tuple versus a value level tuple? Or how a reference to a type is different to a type which is a reference? It's the same thing. No, it's not. No, it's not. Well, to understand why is it not, What is the like? Let's say that we had the type of. By the way, I should just implement type of. You know what? How about we implement type of right now? Type of. Let's do type of real quick. I guess it's like really easy to do type of value as like literally a function defined in the standard library. You know. What if I just say something like this? Const type of value is generic t, where we have x, which is t, and this returns type, which is t. You know, can I even do that right now? I can, of course I can, right? Or can I not? Let's see, std type of value 1 to 3. Okay, there you go. So like type of value 1 to 3 is an integer, right? But type of value 1 to 3 is this thing, right? It's a type which is it's a tuple of two integers, right? That makes sense. Now, what's the type of an integer and an integer, right? Well, this is a type which contains two types inside, right? And that is different from just a type. So like the type, which is a two types, is not equal to just type, which is type, right? So what's the type of the single int32? That's just a type, which is type. So I cannot assign this and this to the same like variable, right? Which in case of generics, the variable is like in case of like for example option t, I cannot assign both to the same variable, which is t in this case, right? Because they are different types, because variables only have single types, right? So type and type is different things. Colon means of type, so its value is not a type. Well, it depends on the context, yeah. Does this make sense? Hello, Raymarch. Maybe Raymarch can help us. Raymarch, do you understand the difference of the type level tuple and a value level tuple when you treat types as values? And how is a type which is type and a type different from a type which is type? That's pretty obvious, right? The difference. Fun problem. But I mean, you understand the problem, right? Does it need to be different? So here's the question, right? I was just writing the option module for my language, right? And look at this, right? So option is a type which takes a type as an argument and generates a new type, right? So option is a function that takes a type, returns the new type, right? Which is either some or none, right? So what's the type of sref? Just like in Rust, right? We take a reference to the option and we want to return the option of the reference. But what does a reference t mean? This is similar to tuples, right? But in this case, it's for the reference. Is this a reference to t, where t is just a variable, or is this a type? Because reference to type and type is two different types, right? Does type actually make sense? It does. Is that a thing you can use? Yes, you can use that. And you actually use this over here. What do you think of the type of and then is? What do you think the type of the argument here is? This is two types. So this is literally a tuple of two types. We already use that here. They use the same syntax for both in Rust. You can disambiguate if you want. Yes, but in Rust, it's syntactically different. And for me, because I treat types as values, this over here is expecting a value and not a type, right? We can disambiguate by having ref, but is this something that is nice to write? Yes, this works. This actually literally works already, but this is ugly, don't you think? Like, why don't we allow the same? Like, why then this is also not a function that takes a reference to this? Why is this a syntax and this is not as, I mean, so like this is the only thing that needs a special syntax then, right? And for tuples you say tuple ABC. Yes, that's one way to do it, but that's just so that just feels so wrong, right? You're so close to understanding. Like, and that's the straightforward answer. So like the language like Idris, I already tried that. Idris does not do it like that. Idris does it like I am doing it, but like it's basically like somehow like because this over here is inferred to be a type already, we can like use the type syntax here. Coercion means that we have like something like subtypes or whatever, and that complicates things a lot. We don't want that. No, I don't think so. Not yet, maybe. OCaml does it like that, but OCaml actually, like the way OCaml does it doesn't make sense, because in OCaml you don't treat types as values. So like, why do they decide for different syntax? Is just, I don't know, just to be annoying. Yeah, so here's the thing, right? Because this over here, this is a type, right? This over here, this is an expression. I can literally write anything here. For example, I can say let ref x be ref t, and then we return option x, right? This is literally well, this doesn't work right now because of things, but this is supposed to work basically, right? So yeah, option refx, yeah, but it doesn't work for a different reason, because this over here is like the type position right now syntactically, right? Can I call functions here right now? I'm not sure. Hold on. Fx ft place is not initialized, f is not found, expect type got error, type. Can I say like over here, f is a function that takes t and returns this? Oh, there we go. This works. Or does it not? Expected type got error. Wait, what? Expected function. How's the programming language coming along? It's coming, but we need to like figure out the thing here. Like what I'm saying is that this should be possible. Like ignore this error, I guess, right? So this over here is just a function, right? In this case, we don't do it in a generic way. This is a function that takes types and returns the type, right? So so if I say that refx here is a reference to t, right? This is just an argument to the function, and this is me taking reference to that argument, right? And in this case, the type here of refx, because this is a type, right? Because this is a type, this is a reference to type, but I want this to be a type, right? And this doesn't work. So you need to deref it to put it into the option now. No, if you deref it, then we get the original type back, but we want a type which is a reference, which is why we can only construct it using like a different syntax right now, right? Like ref t. This works, right? Or like having a type expression, because this is syntactically a different thing. But what I'm saying is that this already works in Idris. I've been talking about this for an hour, literally, about this issue already. Like they do it in Idris. You got further away from understanding. Overload the operator for non-type and type differently. That just means that but why should it work differently? Why should it work differently? That means that it's somehow magic. I mean, we will have like magic one way or another, I guess. You're the one who wants to keep the syntax. What about you? Do you think I should not keep the syntax? If you have an issue, you might need a tissue. There is another like solution. So we can keep the syntax. We can keep the syntax, but we need to syntactically disambiguate when I instantiate generics here between values and types. So, for example, Rust does this. When you do const generic, you surround your constants in curly brackets. We can do that, for example. That will disambiguate too. C++ part of your life, we have std reference wrapper t. So you're not scared of a mirror ref t? Wait, but why would you use that? Can you I mean, it's reference wrapper, like, but for I was looking at C++ earlier today, and I realized that like they have for the pointer type you have like t star, and for like dereference you say like star t basically, right? So you already have the disambiguation on the syntactical level between types and values in C++. And like for references you do that, so like it's all different syntax. So I could not find the syntax which is actually ambiguous in C++, which can mean both type and the value. I did not find that. By the way, right now I can disambiguate like literally by saying that this is a type, right? This already works, right? I can use the same syntax, but I need to specifically say that this is a type right now. How am I the only one struggling to understand? I don't know. We have 50 viewers. Do you think all the 50 people understand what's happening here with types, with type references and value references, type tuples, value tuples? I don't know. Int star a means that if you deref a, it is an int. So star a means deref a in both cases. What's your problem? We have a language which treats types as values, and then because of that we have a problem distinguishing a reference to a type versus a type which is a reference, and between a tuple of types and a type which is a tuple, which is a problem which is usually only present in like, well, I mean, not a lot of languages do types as values, right? So there is usually like you see that stuff in independently typed languages. I want to use the same symbols for type composition on operations of values. And it's sad about it being weird. Yeah. So, like, looking at Idris, the way this should work is that basically, because I know that option is a thing that takes a type as an argument, when I'm over here, I can already know that this expects a type, so I can parse this as a type. But this is like very weird, like because I need to like wait until this type is known before compiling this syntax, right? Yeah. Yeah, it basically means that when I see reference t, and if I am right now in a value position, then I might still want this to be treated as a type, which means that I need to wait for the type of my expression here to be inferred before compiling the expression itself. The only thing I understand is that type is not equal to type. Can I ask you on Russian language? Sure. Edmund, do you have problems with English? Well, I guess because you said on instead of in. An upgrade operator that upgrades to type, tuple type to type, and ref type to type. Yeah. We can basically, yeah, I mean, the upgrade operator is literally should be called like casting, right? So we should like basically say, yeah, but how would it work for reference? That's weird a little bit. Под игру делаешь просто хобби. Do you understand what I say in English though? How many types does my programming language have? A little bit. It's still a work in progress. We're going to add more. Yes. My game is written in Rust right now. I'm not going to rewrite it in my language. I'm going to try to make this language and make like games with it though later. That would be the dream basically, right? But I don't know if I can finish the language because the language is overscoped. So it has a lot of issues, and right now we're struggling with like this simple, small, tiny thing. Just I mean, it works, but like it just like we want it to be a nice language to use, right? Not just a language that like works somehow. My types, I can show you all the list of types that I have. Types. Here's the list of types. I have units, booleans, integers, floats, strings, chars, references, variants, tuples, types, functions, generics, ASTs, unwinding, target. This is the compilation target basically. Context type. This is like has to do with the effect system. Compiler scopes as values. We also have that. We have bindings as values, which is basically variables which don't have this is basically like a type which we don't know what the type is yet, you know, because it's a thing that's going to be known at runtime. A free variable. You I can understand, but don't quite. Okay, think that you are making a programming language, right? Think that you are making a programming language, and you need to do type inference, right? So you see this code option reference to t, right? So what is the process of type inference here, right? We know that basically that t is of some type, right? T is of some type A, right? So what's the type of reference to T? It's basically reference to A, right? So but option is a thing which takes type as an argument, right? And now we need to basically say that reference to A is equal to type, but right? But so like, but a reference and type is different types, right? That's it. So like the unification doesn't work, right? You're developing a coding language? Nice. What is your language about? Do you treat types as values or not? So the reason Zig doesn't have this problem is because It's because you also use different syntax for defining the type, right? What about references though? How do you define a reference in Zig? I'm actually wondering, a reference. How do you define a reference? Or is it's just a star, right? So it also works because it's a different syntax, am I right? So you declare the reference type by saying star type. You take the reference by doing the ampersand, and you dereference by doing dot star, right? So it also works because the syntax is different. And the tuples, they don't have tuples. Yeah, I mean that would be one of the ways to solve this: full ampersand for values, reference for types. But what about the tuples then? Yeah, the inverse comma. Okay. Okay, I don't know if I want to do it, then we need to wait for this type to be inferred. When I'm instantiating this thing needs to be inferred later. But should this be like that only when I'm inferring the arguments to generics or in any other places? My coding language has 3 main types: strings, numbers, and arrays. Yeah. That's a simple language, I guess. Enough. Hear me out. What if? What if what? Math, statistics, focus coding language. Yeah. Do you not need to do any complex logic when doing math at all? Maybe you don't. A or B or C is the ad hoc sum type. A, X, B, X, C is the ad hoc product type, aka tuple. Cartesian product. That's literally how they do it in OCaml and some other languages. I don't like that. I don't like that. That's how it is in Lean, actually. Wait, hold on. Didn't ChatGPT lie to me? Hold on. Show this problem in Lean. Same problem, same confusion, Lean version. The problem restated. Why does TT sometimes mean a pair value and sometimes a pair type? Lean answer, because the expected type tells the elaborator how to read it. Term position, pair of values. Def X, nat. What is this? Lean infers X is type X type. Because nat type. Nat is a term. Therefore, it's a value of type. Now try this nonsense. Def bat type is nat. Lean will tell you expected a type but got type. Same as Idris, same reason, type in position, pair type. Now watch that flip. Def double. A type returns type, which is AA. Now this type checks Y, because Lean sees double must return type. So the right hand side checked against the type. In type position, AA is elaborated at prod AA. Not a value, a type constructor application. No coercion, no runtime nonsense, just elaboration. They don't do AV for types. Maybe they do both. Because like ChatGPT is saying that this is still like X, right? But they also allow this. Are you sure that this is not allowed? So yeah, basically we have bidirectional typing right? But then we say, when we see this expression, expected type known, no. So if we don't know the expected type, then it's always going to be a value tuple. But if the expected type is known and the type is a type, then we will treat it as a type expression. This is actually weird. It's like integer in Rust. Yeah, I guess it's like integer in Rust. Yeah. So like after the type inference, you know like the concrete thing that you need to do. Yeah. Were you considering this for tuples too? It's not bad. Yeah, but if we do curly braces for tuples, I was considering that, but I still want my syntax to be consistent. When you like if we do that, then for type, I was considering for both type and value tuples, I guess. Right? All right, let's try this. Let's try this. Let's try what? Let's try pretend the problem doesn't exist. But let's at least change the priority so that this works, so that I don't need to do the parentheses here, because this is annoying. Let's just do type reference t. How about that? And that doesn't work because I have just priorities different. This has priority 500, and then reference has priority of 61. Oh, but that's because we have okay, yeah, we have machine reference t label value. So this should actually have higher priority than this, but then instantiating generics is here, so that should not work like that. Interesting. Maybe type over here can have the thing of any priority. Will this work? Will this actually work? Then must be expression. No, it should not be any priority. But I don't have a way to specify like more than some specific priority here, I guess, right? The ostrich algorithm. It will take time to formulate the question. Do we need TT, aka tuple value with two types inside to be different from the type tuple, or can TT be an impl type? Well, the types of these two things is different, right? The type of one thing is a type, and the other type is a tuple of two types, right? That's the problem. You did treat type as straight here. Oh, I see. So you're saying that a value should be treated as a type, right? We can. There is another issue with that, though. Like, let's say that we did that. Let's say that we did that. We had this in one of the earlier versions of my language where I mean, that's just like a syntactic issue, but basically when you see like x is equal to 1 to 3, right? So like Rust uses the same syntax for type and value of the struct, right? And it uses colons over here. X is 1 to 3, so it doesn't mean that X is of type 1 to 3, but the value is 1 to 3, right? I don't know. I don't know. Basically, we will have to we're going to need instantly good error messages for this language. Yeah. X is, so like I'm using equal sign, right, to initialize the field to a value, right? But if we are using types, because type ascription like normally is using double colons right now, right? So I want the, when I'm specifying the type of this, I want to use double colons too, right? Let me remove this here. So this syntax, if we do it your way, then it would be, then it would need to be like X is equal to std in 32, right? And then we like basically use a trait, so we do like as type, right? Something like this, so we can cast the thing into a type. That's actually how it was working previously, right? Basically subtyping. I mean, yeah, traits are a way to do subtyping, I guess. It's just like explicit subtyping, I guess, instead. But over here we can say that this. Okay. So basically, what you're saying is that my generic arguments, right now, this is inferred to be type, but this should be like impl type, basically, right? So the generic arguments themselves are generics, right? So the type of t, and then t is tt, you know, like something like this is how we would write this explicitly then, right? Where like tt where tt implements the trait, which is s type, right? Yeah, and tt is ttt, yeah. Infinity generics. You know what? It's been too long. Let's ignore this error. Let's do something else. Let's actually do the type of operator. I have a type of value. Right, I have std type of value, raymarch, right? That's a string, right? But what I want is to have just type of, which is similar to what, like the C++ or whatever, what languages have type of, right? We should just not evaluate the value, but just see the expression and just compile it without evaluating and say it's type, right? Wait, can we do generics as values? You can. That's how you do higher kinded types, right? It should be doable. I'm not sure if it's doable right now, though. We can try again, right? We just do this example, which should eventually work, which is called like what, monad.ks, right? Std prelude star. How do you do this again? Do you do like functor? We tried this before, it was not working. Does it work right now? Functor. Haskell, functor. Let me remind myself. functor f is having fmap, right? Functor f is hold on, let me add this to workspace. Examples, functor, no, monad, new type. Where's my language server? Oh, I did it in the standard library. Let's move to examples. Why was it not moved? Hello? Monad. Cut. Paste. Wait, why is convert removed? Oh, because I moved the wrong file. Yeah, my bad. Oh, there you go. It's worked. For the record, I like ABC and this versus that. It's no now. All right, so let's test the functor. So we just need to have the fmap. Fmap is for all a and b, right? We have a function which is if we have a function from a to b, then we have f a, then we can get fb, right? Like something like that is what we want. Yeah, I'm not sure if I can do that right now. Oh, I cannot specify this as a type right now at all. Yeah. Can I use it though? No, I cannot, right? I cannot specify, I cannot have generics in my types yet right now. I cannot have generic function as a type at all. That's another limitation I should work on, I guess. Because that should be possible. Your language better than cast? I just didn't implement this yet because I didn't need it before. It should work. You have higher kind of types? Do you have? Is your language working already though? I have higher kind of types in my design. It's just not implemented yet in this version. You will write Nigel Lang mommy? Zero commits. Okay. So somewhere in Nigel's dreams, he has higher kind of types. I see. Yeah, let's come back to the monad later, right? Monad to do. Okay. Let's implement type of. Your coding language currently is a REPL. Nice. I also have a REPL, but that's not the primary use case, I guess. Let's do type of. So we go to syntax rules, type of. Type of, right? Let's see, syntax, core type of, 500 rep never is type of, underscore, right? Like this. There we go. Core syntax type of. Type of is like very easy, right? So we have expression. And we compile the type of itself. It cannot be a pattern, right? But it should be possible to be an expression. Or we can even do type expression here, right? Type expression. We should be able to use it at expression position and in place expression position. In place expression is going to be compiler temp expression module cast. If it is an expression, which is the one that we start first, pattern or assignee, type of cannot be a pattern or assignee. Isn't it Rust let place X proposal? No, I should actually look at that. I have my own idea already for like places which we talked about the other day, right? Like the out references or whatever with linear types. So let place is just like instead of a reference, it's the same place as the original place. Oh, I see. I actually like that. Do you like it? I understand what you mean, though. It's a different thing from what I thought originally. Okay, do I so over here anyway, I construct a type here, right? And I compile this expression as expression anyway. Let type be. Let type be C compile expression, right? Let type. So yeah, I will return expression and type where and where type is expression data type. There we go. They said it would enable postfix macros. Postfix macros is a separate RFC. I did see that. Why did you decide to build your own programming language? Because all of the existing languages suck. And for fun. C does reserve the type keyword so that you don't say tie instead of type. Yeah. I can also, like, because I have like raw identifiers and raw keywords, we can say add type, for example, instead of type, so that we don't reserve the keyword too. Are you going to have XOR, NOR, and AND? Yeah. I already have these as standard library features. It's not a language feature. Well, I mean, it is a language feature, I guess, to like expose that. But I have bit operations, yes. Well, I don't expose the and or, but it can be implemented. And or and can be implemented using existing ones, right? Because I am pretty sure other languages also don't do that. Should it be built in for performance reasons, maybe? Type. So if it's a type expression, then I say type expression. Well, I mean, we have a constant anyway, right? Yeah, we have a constant anyway. Yeah, so expression, I guess. Expression, I guess. we have expression constant, value type, expression data type, value insert span, init expression, eval expressions is expression, span state, like this. Hello, cool man. Have you finished implementing the tuple unpacking feature the other day? Yes, I did do it. It works. I can show you in a second. Let me just implement this type of here. Hear me out. Ampersand is a ligature of ET, which can be capitalized ET, so type level inference is ETT. Thank you. Yeah. Expression. So this is returning an expression. So in this case, we just return expression, and in this case, we return type expression, expression, initialize type expression, like this. There we go. Right? That's all? No? Oh, because this must be like a function, right? That returns this thing. There we go. Right? This expression should not be a function. The expected type is state t. Oh, because this is not a named argument. Makes sense. Okay, let's see here. Cast. Let's see, type of 2 plus 2. There is no core syntax for type of. Type of. Type of. Type of. Type of. Should it have an underscore? Int 32. So this is different from type of value because this doesn't actually evaluate this thing, right? So if I say type of like print hello world, it doesn't actually print hello world, right? Why does my RL wrap only like autocomplete the prefix of the line? By the way, anyone knows this? This is annoying. So if I say type of print hello world, this is going to be that. But if I say std type of value, print hello world, this is going to actually print hello world and then print the type. You can say Adam Brigadiers into chat. Yeah. Let's take a look at the tuple unpacking. So we have like this. We have tuple, which is like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? And then we can say something like this. A, or like we can say like first, dot, dot, dot. I still need like the name here. I cannot do just dot, dot, dot. But I can just say like dot, dot, dot underscore, I guess. And then last is equal to tuple. And then first is going to be equal to 1, and last is going to be equal to 5. But we can also say over here dot 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 middle, I guess, right? And then middle is like the middle part, right? There you go. And we can do the same. We can say like first, or we can say like last, dot 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 mid, dot 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 mid, dot 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 mid twice, and then like first, and then it's going to be like this thing, right? Yeah. If you have like double unpacking in pattern position, then I don't infer it, because like we don't like, yeah. What about named fields? Yeah, we're about named fields. Let's say that tuple is something like, 1, 2, and x is 3, and y is 4, right? In this case, if I say let a dot rest b is equal to tuple, then a is 1, b is 2, and rest is x and y, right? And we can also say that let a rest dot x is equal to tuple, then a is 1, x is 3, and rest is 2, and y is equal to 4. You were talking about syntax for specifying the length of tuples to the left side? No. But we basically wanted to... Actually, we can try doing this right now. Let me just do type of here. Type of. So we can use type ofs in some places if we need. Yeah, the idea was basically that we should be able to write a fixed size array using tuple, right? Type of is implemented. What was the reasoning against the fancy $star style unrolling? What does meet do when meet has named fields? The later one is overriding it, right? So like the order matters there. But maybe it should not compile at all. I don't know, like what should the behavior be? I feel like it's more like JavaScript, where like the behavior matters, right? If you do, like for example, if you say that tuple is like x is equal to 1, right? And then you say like dot tuple and x is equal to 2, then this is going... Wait, what? It's okay. Ignore this. So you didn't see anything. Let's work on something else. Well, I mean, what should be though is that like there should be only one single x, right? And like the order matters, right? If we do this inside the calculator, which is JavaScript, right? Then if we say x is 1, do the colon here? I forget. Let tuple be this, right? So tuple is that, right? And then we have dot tuple, right? And then so dot tuple dot x is 2, right? Then we have this. But then if we say like x is 2 and dot tuple, then x is 1, right? So I think this is the behavior that we should also have. It's a little bit weird, maybe, for like a Rust person, where you can only specify this in the end and it doesn't override, but the overrides are in the beginning. But I think this kind of makes sense. Can you write .x is 1 and .x is 2? I don't know, let's see. .x is 1 and .x is 2. I guess... well, this is JavaScript. Cast. .x is 1, .x is 2. Yeah, I guess I can. I should disable that, right? You found the Rust way very confusing, so you actually like the JavaScript way and the way that I want to, right? Nice. Or do you not like my way either? The JavaScript way. JavaScript way makes way more sense, yeah. Yeah, me saying I don't like a thing you don't do means that I like the thing that you do. All right, what were we talking about? Oh, the fixed size arrays, right? Let's go to hello world, because... Wait, why is this my hello world? I committed this on accident. What is this even? I don't know. Something. Use std prelude star print hello world print, right? Fix hello world. But then let's delete it again. Here's what I want, right? I want to say like that fixed sized array is basically a thing. So this is a generic over n, which is an integer, right? and this is going to be a type, which is basically if n is equal to 0. If n is by the way, I don't have like a way to create a zero-sized tuple right now, and the tuple and like a unit type is like a little different currently. There's a dedicated type. Is n is equal to 0? If n is equal to 1, then n and t, which is a type, right? Then it's just like t, right? And then otherwise, it is t and dot 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 fixed sized array of n minus 1 and t, right? That's what we want to be able to do, basically. Can I do that? It says type tuple type is not equal type tuple type is not equal to unit. Yes, this should be type and this should be type. Once again, there's a difference between the type level tuples and value level tuples, right? This seems to compile. Okay, so it's a thing which takes n and t and returns a type, right? So can I say something like this? Const. This nesting is a little bit unfortunate. Can I just say that fixed sized array is foo.fixed sized array? And then we say like let x, which is a fixed sized array, 3 int 32 is equal to 1 to 3. Does that work actually? To do unpack to type expression tuple. Okay, I have a to do here in one place. I guess I didn't do unpacking for type tuples. Let's do that right now. Unpacking for type tuples. How your named fields work internally? I mean, there is there a hash table? I don't even know right now. I can see. We just store a tuple over here. This is a generic tuple, right? It has both named and unnamed fields. So we store unnamed things in an array and named things in a string map. Wait, what? It's a string map. If it's a string map, how could I even implement two things? Oh, it's because because I also like try to maintain the order, but I'm just adding the thing to the same place in the order twice, I guess, right? Yeah, that makes sense now why the bug is there. Because if I say basically x is 1 and x is 2, it's going to say the same value, right? X is 2 twice, because this thing is overriding it. But I'm still adding to the order twice. I guess that could be fixed easily. Let me fix that right now. This is the only place when I'm doing this. Let name was present. Its string map contain string map dot contains name tuple named string map contains. This doesn't have contains. Wait, really? To say like find opt, and then option is sum. So here we say like if name was present, then named order ref, else we do this. Dot x is 1, dot x is 2. There you go. right? But I mean, technically this should still not compile right now, it's just overriding, but it means that unpacking should also work, right? So I have tuple is dot x is 1, right? And then I say x is 1 and dot tuple, then this is this thing, or I guess x is 2 here. That is still going to be 1, but then if I say dot tuple and x is 2, then it's going to be 2, right? Unlocked a new flags playing a game on Steam. Okay, hear me out. ABC for type level tuple. That way type A is a type level function call and ABC is a value tuple and type A is a value level function call. But what if you have a function that is taking a type as an argument? Because there's not much difference between generics and functions. Or are you saying that if you are doing a function that takes a type, then it's technically like you should just do a generic instead? But also, like, there are still generics that take values as arguments, right? So like not all, like there is not only type level function calls, right? There is like some arguments to generic types which are values, right? For example, fixed size arrays, right? Like literally over here we have 3 and int 32. How, like this is, over here is a value and this over here is a type, right? It's like different. That's not a problem. But what if we have fixed size array which also has like the other thing, which is like the default value which is of type T or whatever, you know, and then over here we would say like 1 and 2, you know, which is like the default value of this thing or whatever, like for whatever reason you need that, right? So over here you have like int 32 and over here you have 1 2 then in the same instantiation of the same generic, right? So in this case it's a type tuple, in this case it's a value tuple. Same problem, right? How that's an issue? Well, what if what do you say over here? Int 32 and int or whatever you say over here, type, and over here you say int 32 and 32, right? Over here this is a single type and this over here is 2 types, right? Oh, you mean you would use this actually for type tuples? I see what you mean. So how okay, I see what you mean. But yeah, that's what I was saying. We could use like just literally like Rust. If inside of this over here there is an ambiguity, so like by default we treat these as types, but we can do like curly braces for values, right? You know, instead of square brackets or whatever, you know. That's another possibility. Similar stuff, right? To do unpack, we have to do unpack assignee and to do, yeah, assignee probably doesn't. I don't know if I need that. But for type expression tuple, we do what? So we have type expression tuple empty. This should be like, this is packed. So now I need to say that packed is expression type. So I say that like packed is evaluate type state packed, right? And then we match packed type await inferred with with the type tuple Name, we ignore the name. Tuple is packed. We do this thing. Otherwise, we have error. I can only unpack tuples. Or here we have packed, so we just say packed tuple iterate function member field into tuple is tuple add name field where name is match member. If it's index, then none. If it's name, and some name. That's all. I think this should work for type tuples. Let's see. I think this works. Look at this. X is 3 integers. And it's inferred because I do this. So we define the type recursively like this. Fixed size array using like tuple unpacking here. And basically this means that we like do variadic generics with tuples like this is the idea, right? I should be able to like pattern match on like tuple. Yeah, I mean, yeah, we need to like. Yeah, this is where we actually see that the the generics are just functions that like we basically literally execute. Right. I want to have some white space. Like this. Unless you have said that indexing will no longer be usable for lists or arrays. Well, I'm actually thinking that currently we do arrays and lists using tuples, because what's the difference between a tuple and an array? A tuple is a way to combine multiple values into a single value. A list and array is the same thing, right? Like, why should they be a different type? So we will use lists with just like commas, right? X is like a list of integers. It should be just like 1, 2, 3, you know? We just don't even require the things. But yes, it is TTTTT. That's the only reason why it should be different. But that's how TypeScript does it already, right? Is this bad? This is for fixed sized ones though, right? We can also say that it's a new type, by the way. We can say that this is a new type. And if I say that this is a new type, over here and over here, new type, right? Then it's going to just say fixed sized array, right? Like, there you go. It's now working already. I will fix size array for 96. Blow up the interpreter. You think we need to try that? This works instantly. Okay, this one is loading now. Yeah, maybe... Do you do that often? I mean, yeah, maybe for that reason we want a dedicated array type after all. Hello, Igzy, Axie, fixing bugs. Yeah, we were fixing bugs. This is exactly what template metaprogramming does in CPP. It will overflow the stack. Well, OCaml doesn't have. Stack overflows, I think, because it stores the stack on the heap or something. Mm. Yeah, I guess for do you use the big sized fixed sized arrays a lot? You do, yeah, you do, for like buffers and stuff, right? Yeah. Okay, well, it means that it must be the dedicated type after all. Wouldn't implementing arrays take a bit more memory since tuple elements offset are computed during compile time? Well, I mean, arrays are the same. The arrays is just like, as you can see here, the array is just like a special case tuple where every type is the same on every field, right? But because we do it using metaprogramming, instead of having this as a built-in type, because of that, the compiler needs to do a lot of work, right? So basically, having a dedicated array type is just an optimization of the compiler, I guess. You need tail recursion, or like if this over here, can you do this in a tail recursive way though? Because this is basically saying like combine this and that, right? You can. I mean, wait. You can. But into also implemented tail recursion then, right? Because this needs to have the accumulator as the argument, right? Can we have that? Hold on. Do you think this is going to work? Fixed size. I mean, let's say impl, right? Impl. We have accumulator, which is a type, and we have n, which is int32, and we have t, which is type, right? So we just say that if n is equal to 0, then we just return the accumulator as is, right? And otherwise, we just say that we return new type, accumulator, and t. No, hold on. This is my new accumulator, right? So so accumulator is now equal to new type, right? Is there a problem with the syntax? This text trace is long. Unexpected dot. Oh, because okay, I forgot my own syntax. It's dot 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 ag, of course. So we do this, and then we just return impl ag n-1 t, right? There you go, easy. Right. So fixed sized array is just impl. Well, I don't have a way to create a zero-sized array. Unit is like different right now. Although I can make the like unpacking work for tuples, I guess. But whatever. Let's just say t for now, n-1 and t, right? And this is going to be like type. What's the problem? There is no problem. Why is everything red though? Compile error node. Restart language server. My language server just broke for no reason. Okay, there you go. There you go. Look at that. Wait, what? I feel like this is not correct though. Oh, wait, I see. I see what this means. I see what this means. And have I guess this also needs to be a new type. Right? Because that's how we name this thing though, right? So it kind of makes sense. So now this is fixed size array. Okay, but I don't actually have the tail recursion. What's going to happen here with 300? Wait, it worked with 300 before. What's about 3000? Okay, yeah, I don't think this is going to fix it unless we actually make the implementation and like to work here. It's just compiling for a very long time, right? Well, I mean, yeah, because we do unpacking every time, so this algorithm is quadratic complexity, right? Because unpacking requires iterating over this thing, so it is 3000 squared, which is pretty much a lot, right? That makes sense. And then like there's a lot of stuff going on. So it's not like trivial operations either. I mean, if you have dedicated array type node based on tuple, you can implement to completely offset during runtime, so you don't have to store them, right? Well, you don't store them anyway, even if you do it at compile time. You don't actually. I mean, I'm not sure what you mean. Implementing the offsets is done at compile time anyway, right? Well, I mean, you would need to do dynamic at runtime if you have the if you are indexing by a thing which is only known at runtime, which is how you usually index your arrays, I guess. Make a t(n) times operator. So we do like a binary thing. Actually, hold on. I'm actually wondering if this is going to work or not. Where's my language server? What if we do this? We actually like doubling every time, right? Fixed size array. How about we do this? If n is equal to 1, then we just return t, right? And log n complexity. Yeah. That's much better, right? Then else we say that a is n divided by 2 and b is n minus a, right? So we just say that then this is type fixed sized array, at dot fixed sized array bt. Okay, so x over here is 3 ints, right? If I say 30 here, that is like 30 ints, I think. I think this is correct. Okay. So what if I do here? Let's just try 1000. Holy shit, 1000 worked almost instantly. Is this actually 1000? How do I scroll this thing? How do I copy this thing fully? I'm not sure. We can print it though, right? We can dbg print type of x, right? Or whatever. Yeah, we can do that. And then we like just run this example. There we go. And then we do like word count lines, right? So we have 1000 lines. Yeah, this actually worked. Okay. Yeah. But about 10,000, there is no way. Wait. Hold on. It did not save because there we go. It works. It works. Amazing. Do you do this kind of optimization in like meta level, in like meta programming in C++ too? Do you do that? Do 65536? And save without formatting, because right now the LSP is waiting for this to be compiled. You think yes? You have seen similar silly stuff? Well, maybe this will end at some point. Who knows? Triple N must be preprocessed at compile time to be constant time operation, but array N technically doesn't require any compile time preprocessing because offset is N times element size, which can be computed in constant time. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, when you need the offset, you do it lazily, right? You only calculate the offset for the things that you like actually access in at compile time, basically. There we go. It worked. It worked. It worked. This wasn't even that long. Less than a minute, I think, right? For type level metaprogramming. Still faster than your normal C++ program to compile, right? Is it faster to do 4 at once? Over here? If n is equal to this, then do this. Otherwise, if n is equal to 2, then do tt. You mean this kind of thing? Is that what you mean? Else, if n is equal to 3, then type ttt. I mean, it's like this is like an optimization, I guess, because of the like less, like you basically remove the logarithm by 2 because 4 is 2 to the power of 2, right? So you reduce the deepness by 2, but I don't know. I feel like this should not be maybe much different. What do you say? 65536. Oh, you mean 4 times dot dot dot? So you do logarithm, not the binary logarithm, but like logarithm of the base 4. Yeah. All right. I don't know even why we're doing this. This is silly. This is silly. Just another random question. Does tuple unpacking also work for nested values like this? Sure. I mean, why would it be different? It seems like this is actually longer because of the ifs. I guess the conditions, like checking each condition now takes longer than just checking the condition once and then like going recursively. It did finish though. Removes the ifs, do n divide by 4. Okay, fine, Raymarch, if you say so. But then I need to unpack I need this to be at least like I cannot like I need to like end at 0 basically, right? For stuff to work. Is this file saved? It's not saved. There's something wrong right now. Oh, there you go. I just needed to kill it 5 times. Why is it not doing anything? Oh, this is actually infinite recursion right now. That makes sense. Okay, so you want me to say you want me to say A is n divided by 4 and B is n minus A divided by 3 and C is n minus A minus B divided by 2 and D is n minus A minus B minus C? Is there a better way to do this? Why is Raymarsh making me do this? But then I need to like have the 0 case too, right? You thought B is n minus A times 3? Oh, we just do the same thing 3 times. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, we can do that. I suppose. Yeah, that makes sense. Let B is n minus A times 3. So we just do 3 A's and 1 B. Yeah, I agree, that's better. And I mean, is this wait, what if n is equal to 3? B is going to be equal to 3 and it's going to like recurse into itself. That doesn't work. I need all of these things that I split into to be smaller than the current n, right? Otherwise it doesn't work. And it's going to recurse into itself. Unpack type tuples. Okay, fine, move on. All right, fine. Okay, where are we moving to though? Maybe we should move towards the end of the stream or something. But I feel like one of the things that we should do before we work more on the language is tests, right? I don't have a lot of tests. I have these examples, but I don't test them automatically. But we also solved the advent of code. Which we can use as tests. I want to like automate that or something, you know? That would be really nice, right? To automate the advent of code. Testing. Let's see if all of them still work, by the way, because I'm not sure if they do. Maybe I broke something in the language. And does it mean that I want to move the script to test the advent of code over here? Do I want to test it in CI or whatever? Let's at least do like the testing here, just test advent of code. How about this? We will do something here. Like I will do like cast home projects. Or I guess we do expansion. How do you do this? AOC. And if it doesn't exist, then we do this. Is that how you do it in Bash? Projects AOC 2025 test KS. I will just write the script in the language itself, because we can do that now, I think, because I can execute. Or can I not? Wait, I cannot capture the output of the thing. But if I write the tests in the actually like the code for each day, then it should work. Can you please try ABC? Is this? Sure. Yeah, we can try that. Cast. There we go. A is 1, B is 2, C is 3, 4, and 5. Does that make sense? Yeah, I mean, yeah, I guess that makes sense. B in this case is not just the value too, it's a tuple with a single element too, which makes sense here. Okay, here's my advent of code solutions. Source day 12. Day 12 works. Day 1. Okay, I want to just literally run every day on the examples at least, right? Yeah, and also let's make sure that I have the test KS here, when I will write the tests here. Test KS. This is going to literally just run the tests here. Use std prelude. Does this? Yeah, there we go. That works. Day 12 doesn't work on the example input. Wait, did it not work? No, answer is 1. Oh, yeah, it doesn't work, yeah. I guess we don't like assert that. Let me at least assert that the code compiles and runs at least, right? So I want to do this. I want to say that let roots let workspace is import workspace KS. Can I do that? I can. There we go. So I have a bunch of strings. So wait, how do? Yeah, and over here, this is like literally a list which is a tuple. I cannot evaluate this. Okay, no, never mind then. We don't do this. We instead do for day in so it should be like 0 to 13 then, right? Because I don't have the equal thing yet. Can I like comment all of these things? So that it's faster, because otherwise the LSP is slow. It's processing everything from scratch. Let me say that the path is source/day. If day is less than 10, then path plus equals space. Day plus equal to string, no, path plus equal to string day, path plus equal dot ks, right? And then we do like std sys execute path. I guess that's literally it. We just do that, right? Print, and this is going to be like code, right? Print executing path. like this. Print. Okay, if code is not equal to 0, then panic exit code is to string exit code. Rename this to exit code. That's it, right? So I'm literally executing, and by default it's just executing the things on use command not found. Yeah, hold on. This also is executable usr bin env cast, right? Like this. Okay, there we go. Panic execute 127, day 1, source day, no such file or directory. Wait, what? Oh, because this should be 0, not space, right? Execute 127. Executing source day 1 ks, because it's source day 1 slash main ks. There we go. Okay. So executing this, no implementation as type as generic. Executing. So day 2 doesn't work right now. Okay. Source day 2. Yeah, it doesn't work. Day 2. What doesn't work? Line 27. Line 27 over here, 0 parse answer is type underscore, because this is not inferred type, right? Yeah, I cannot parse the not inferred types. Answer. DBG print answer. Can I see the references? I'm just print. Wait, no, I say answer combined and answer, right? But combined, what is the type of combined? Also cannot be inferred because combined as parse. Okay, fine. We just need to specify the type here. This is int32. That's all. Wait, what? Why did you just delete this thing? How do you save without formatting? We just do lsp stop, I guess, and save this. Line 48. Let length is this, divide by times, to string start, string length. Start, because start is what? Let's bring back the stuff. Maybe lsp start. Because the type of start, no, type of start is this. Times string length. Day 2. What's the line? 48, 54, 48 to 54, this thing. Is it the time of x? The time of x can not be inferred. Why not? Well, I mean, that makes sense, yeah. Just make it int32 then. I don't know why why does NeoVim stops working, like the formatter stops works after I restart the language server? That makes no sense to me. Okay, there we go. Day 2 works. Let's back launch all the tests. Okay. All right, day 3 is also not working. the same issue. It seems like some of the things are not inferred there. I should like make sure that before I evaluate stuff that it's inferred, right? As in 64. As in 64 is a syntax which is just parse to string. I see. In 32. Sure. Okay, how about day 4? How about day 5? How about day 6? Alright, maybe like tests. Okay, now all of the days work, actually, which is nice. It would be really nice so that I can test that the answers are still correct, right? That would be nice. Yeah, how do I do that? Do I, so like I can just write assertions inside of these things directly, right? So yeah, let's first of all let's go to common and say that assert is function x into if not x, then panic assertion failed. Let's just do that. Something simple, right? Something simple like this, and then we'll just assert the answers, right? Can I like actually can I like let assert answers? I will have the actual answer and the example part 1 and part 2. How about that? Right? So I say that part 1 is A1 is A2 answer expected answer part 1 expected answer part 2. You have to do something like this. I want like to say that if part 1 okay, I will just say that the expected is if well, I mean I should also have example is like part 1 and part 2, right? Example is like part 1 and part 2, right? If input path is equal to example txt, then example else part 1 part 2 something like that, and then we'll say that no, some part 1 is expected answer part 1, part 2 is expected answer part 2. Let's do that. And we'll say that let expected be if part 1, then expected part 1 else expected part 2 And we say that if answer is not equal to expected, then we actually like panic. Expected toString part 1, no, toString expected got plus toString answer. Let's do this. So we just assert the answers in every day, right? And we like print them, right? Assert answers, answer example is part 1. Okay, and then we just go over the advent of code, and then we like see. So for the example, like 3, right? So like part 1 is 3, and part 2 for the example is something, and then my actual part 1 is 1086, and part 2 is like whatever. The new passport in part 2 is 6, and the new answer here is 6268. Is that how I want to write this thing? Let's see. Source day 1, right? Part 2. Like, let's say that I change this to like 69 instead, or what? Like 67 is the new fancy number. Part 2, I input txt, right? Like this. And there we go. Expected 6267, got 6268. Okay, so like it actually tests this, right? Properly. We test both examples and both like actual parts. Okay. And then like and then it means that my actual test should run this for executing command. Let's just say over here that for part in 0 to 2 in like, I mean, yeah, 1 to 3, I guess, right? We do something here. And then for input and let's do this. Let test is part and file into something. I will just like say test part 1 file example txt. Just reset the size somehow. 1 2 1 2 input txt and input txt. So we say that command is equal to path, and then command plus equal space. I mean, command is equal to path plus slash part plus toString part plus space plus file, right? Like this. Is that going to work? And then we just do test. Okay, but then I just need to make sure that the other ones are also trying to be tested. Right. So it like tests the answers. Day 2, and some of these answers are actually like longs, and yeah. Let's see. What's the type here? In 32. Day 3. Day 4. I'm just going to put this, so these tests are going to fail right now, of course. Also, some of these are potentially running for a very long time. Day 7, it said that could not find answer in scope. Answer... Wait, what? I see. I guess we just asserted here or something. Can I like unwind here or whatever? Unwind. Unwinding block. Everyone. Unwind block answer. Unwind block answer. And answer be this. VG print answer. Can I do that? Could not find block in scope. Is it? It's called like unwindable or something instead of unwinding, right? And unwindable. Yeah, there we go. Day 5. Wait, how did the previous days not fail? There's no way. I did not set up the things. Wait, what? It doesn't work? Source, day 2. Panic. Okay. What is the test? Oh, wait, hold on. Is panic... wait. I see the stack traces, right? Yeah, I see panic, but then it continues executing. It continues executing, right? And then over here, this exit. Okay, yeah. My panic is not leading to my interpreter to have like exit code that is not 0, basically, right? So if I say echo std panic, right? High into cast, panic high, fatal exception, end of file. Wait, what? What do you mean fatal exception, end of file? Oh, it's a REPL. I see. Because it thinks it's a REPL. Because I did not give it the file. So if I do this in hello, and I see here panic, right? And then I do cast examples hello, then it's just going to exit with, like, it panics, but it does not do exit code, right? Panic. No results. Of course, OCaml doesn't even know where this is used. What a nice language server. Panic. Yeah, we just log the error here, right? We just log the error here. But I want to actually say, like, sys exit. How do you exit? How do you exit in OCaml? How do you exit? Unix exit. OCaml, how to sys exit? Oh, there is just exit. It's just already present. Exit, terminate the process. Exit minus 4. Like, what's the exit code? Should be here. What should the exit code be? Okay, there we go. Non-zero exit code on panic. Just test advent of code. Okay, exit code is 127. Well, it's because I want to change the directory, right? In my test KS, I want to sys, just like in common, I guess, right? Or do I do this in every single file separately? I guess. Yeah, let's do that. Change directory to the dir name of the current file. That works. Exit code is 2. So this is for day 1. No such file or directory, stdlibks. Oh, now it thinks that my standard library is an advent of code thing. Yeah, makes sense. It's because I need to cast std. Otherwise, it's get current work directory plus this. Yeah, let's do this in Justfire, right? Like I would say cast std is current working directory slash std, like this. There we go. So now I have exit code 255 on like day 2, right? Do you like using just? Seems simply simple. I mean, what else would I use? What are the alternatives to just? I think just is nice. I don't know a better alternative. The having a script for every single thing, that would be too many files, but that's an alternative. Just have a bash file for everything that I want to do. Make, I don't know, make, maybe. I don't know make though. And if I remember correctly, make, it makes you use the tabs instead of spaces here. I think my editor like doesn't even do that because of my settings anyway. It's one of the things that I can think about immediately. Okay, expected 3 got this number, right? I kind of want the stack trace to not be there though. Can I do this? Ocaml run param is just empty. Right, can I do this? This still says while evaluating and stuff, like this gives me the stack trace from of the cast. This is the cast stack trace. I mean, it makes sense. I didn't even have the Ocaml stack trace, so I guess this is not needed. And like, is it written in Rust yet, or did I find? I did find the memory leak. Hello, Moscode. How are you doing? No, we are going to rewrite the language in itself soon. Soon, we solved the advent of code fully, and it means that it's basically almost ready to be rewritten in itself, right? The first test of your own programming language is that you can do advent of code. The second test is self-hosting, right? The memory leak was my bad, my bug. But the way but finding that bug is difficult, right? Because we can like profile seeing where the allocations are happening, but it doesn't let you know which like what is the path to the like what are the variables that are still holding a large chunk of memory that is reachable, right? For a long time. That's what you like want to know, and the profiling tools, they don't really give you that. Maybe I don't panic here. You know what? In my test here, I'm trying to right now like make it so that my advent of code is like tested when I change the language. It's going to be tested that they still work, the solutions here. I'm just not going to panic. I'm going to print this, and then I'm going to stay stdsys exit. Wait, do I have exit? Do I have exit right now? I'm not sure. I think Nigel implemented that, right? Yes, he did. Okay, nice. So we just do this, exit -1, right? Like this. And then I do that. Yeah, there we go. So this way I don't... Yeah, I don't do that. Day 2, expected 3, got that. Also for what's the part and stuff, right? Common. This is my panic. Actually, instead of panic, let me over here also print, and then like stdsys exit -1, 2. I'm just going to do that. And I'm going to print like port 1. Okay, print input path plus if port 1, then port 1, else port 2. Something like this. Maybe. Trying to compile error node. What's the error here? Did I not close something? Or maybe like this if must be in source day 2. Unexpected if. I need to put this in parentheses. kind of maybe makes sense a little bit. Should that not be required though? So yeah, example txt part 1, we want this. Okay, it will take a little bit of time to put this. Here, right? But there's only 12 days. Shouldn't be that bad. Day 2 example is this. And the actual answer is that. And then for the example part 2 is this. And for the actual part 2 is, it's that. Int 32 of string. Oh. While compiling expression on the day 2. Okay, so this is now not integers. Day 2. Where's my language server? Hello, why can I not hover this thing? Is it new Vim? I have syntax highlighting there, day 2. Which means it's supposed to work, right? My answer. It doesn't compile. Well, I mean, it's because I couldn't compile, right? Because this is not parsed as an integer. Because these are supposed to be in... the cover broke because I guess compilation failure here. Although, I mean, it's supposed to... A2, right? Yeah, like it's a fatal error, which means that my entire LSP breaks here, which is wrong, right? This should be error resilient here. But basically, and line 81, right? So like over here, this is supposed to be an int. So all of these should be like parse, basically, because because and they should be like strings, because I don't support the int64 literals yet. Maybe I should do that before writing these tests. Int64 literals. It's just I always infer the numbers, the integers, to be int32s, right? Would not parse this as an int32. But why are you even compiled? That's the problem. Third answers. Like, why is this int32s? My answer is int32. I mean, is it? Wait, it's because answer is an int64 actually. That's why it was parsing and not like saying 0, literally. That makes sense now. There you go. So this is going to be failing on like on day 3 now, yeah. Literals that are int64. So the problem is that like we basically want now to have the default types for integers, but then if the type inference can override this. I'll probably don't want to do this right now. In fact, I think I'm going to end. It's been long enough. I'm going to go rest maybe. I mean, I can like finish this, but also I can do that off stream too. Like finish the tests with parsing like this out of the Adventive code. This is boring anyway, just putting the numbers in, right? But I will want to do next time like in64 literals, right? Yeah, good enough. Let's just end here.
Oh, there's the top score. Dude did it in
Okay, these guys
45 seconds.
playing
Damn
games
you, dude.
because why not? Let's see someone play games.
213.
This is Team Bidet's game right now.
I have no clue, Ducky.
Bullying is cool. Yeah, and so is Tim.
idea.
And this is Tim's game. If you have not seen this, I've seen this before. This is a nice game.
Right, here, let me give you
I'm not sure what other games he's planning to play today, but yeah. See you guys next time. Thank you for watching. Bye.
I want to check out the next level. I have a feeling I'm not gonna get past